Hey, everybody. Kevin Harned and Carson Meredith. We are glad you're here through the overnight hours. I mean, here we are. What time? We're supposed to be in bed right now, aren't we?
You are, not me.
Well, yeah, you're usually here at this time of day, not me. Well, most days I am, I guess, during the week, just not on a Saturday morning, right? Our weekend has begun, and here we are, still at work. We've got a lot to talk about. The good news is we're in a pretty good position here. Some folks are just now jumping into the stream. We're going to let you get in if you want to share this. Just so other folks, your friends know that we're on giving a weather update. We understand weather anxiety. Listen, my grandmother was the grandmother who got the holy water out when there was a thunderstorm warning. So I grew up being scared of storms. So I get how that feels. And that's why we're on tonight. We're not here to scare you. We're here to prepare you. And that's what we're going to do. Notice our camera's shaking. We got some gusty winds, Carson.
Yeah, we do. We've had gusts throughout the evening, upwards of 30, 40 miles per hour. We've talked a lot about how this was going to start off as just good old-fashioned gusty winds.
Yeah.
And we're still watching the storms off to our west. So this is kind of bit by bit, piece by piece with this alert day that continues.
Yeah, and let us explain what's going to happen. Typically at this time of day, at 1:35 in the morning, if you watch Wave, we replay the airing of Wave News at 11 o'clock. So what we're going to do is sort of take that over with this live discussion, both online. So all of you right now are watching on our streaming devices, whether that's social media or likely the Wave Weather app or the Wave News app. So there will be times where we have to take a break for commercial breaks because we're on our broadcast channel as well. That will start in about 3 minutes. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. Again, I see a lot of folks in here, and we're going to be able to roll through a lot of things, not just what's happening here, but what's happening out to our west. We've got a lot of sister stations.
We do. We have numerous sister stations that we're watching here behind the scenes right now. And as we go through our discussion here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we'll kind of tap in or join in progress some of their storm coverage. We've got affiliates on air right now in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Memphis, as well as Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's been countless tornado warnings so far out to our west tonight. And we still expect those storms to weaken by the time they get here. But we're not totally saying severe clear for wave country at this point.
Yeah, that is true. In fact, I can show you what some of these look like as we sort of look around the area. I'll just punch one up here so you can see what we're watching. This is Grant Dade. This is from our sister station out of Cape Girardeau. And you can see they track storms much like us with 3 boxes. They've got their sky track. They've got their radar. And you can see the tornado warnings that they have. Let's just listen in for a moment. We're 2 minutes away from our television start time here on Wave.
That means we're going to see the possibility of some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds possibly. We're watching a storm near Paragould, Arkansas. That's going to be headed towards the Kennett area if it holds together. That is,
you can see all of those storms out there still supercellular in nature. One moving through Jonesboro, one past Poplar Bluff, another one in the Cape Girardeau area. They've had a number of tornadoes on the ground out there today, including in the St. Louis metro area.
Several reports of damage. We were watching our sister station in St. Louis, KMOV. They have live crews throughout the area in St. Louis with widespread damage. Now, obviously, it's the middle of the night. We're not totally for certain if it was damaging winds, if it was tornadoes, but as we've mentioned, we've been watching this broken line of supercells, if you will, that continues to now cause issues across southern Illinois into the Boot Hill of Missouri and northeast Arkansas as well. Not just radar confirmed or radar indicated tornadoes, but confirmed tornadoes in some cases.
Yeah, and by my count, we've got 12 tornado warnings still ongoing out there. So that'll be something we watch as we get just a little bit, progressing through the next little bit. We've got about 2 minutes until we're on the main channel. I see a lot of folks asking questions. Tiffany's wanting to know, what time is this hitting Louisville? That time hasn't changed a whole lot. We're still targeting that first round in the northern part of our viewing area. 2, 3 a.m. So we're already at 1:30. So we're getting close to 2. So between that 2 to 3 all the way till 7 a.m., we're going to be closer to probably 5 or 6 a.m. here in Louisville.
And again, these storms will continue to weaken as they progress eastward. We believe at this stage of the game, not to clear anybody, but along and west of I-65 is where we still have that best chance to see any kind of severe weather, be it damaging wind gusts, maybe some larger hail, and of course that spin-up tornado threat. But the timing's pretty on track. I would say it's probably closer to that 3 a.m. hour before these storms arrive in our western counties. This line moving just a smidge behind schedule, but on track for the most part.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we're trying to pin this down, it's a constant change of when it will be rolling in. So those are the the interesting parts about when it will arrive and maybe when it won't. So I'm going to just go ahead and make that change now to just say 3 to 7 a.m. And I think that'll have us covered as these storms work to move through the area. So you can see that change just took place there.
And keep in mind, even after 7 o'clock this morning, we're 2 minutes out from our update on the television side of things. Even after 7 a.m., we could still have scattered showers and storms. The thing is, though, those storms likely would not be as severe once we get past 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and our SkyTrack camera here, all is quiet. So when we look at what's happening in Louisville, the camera's shaking because we've got some decent winds. We've had wind gust all evening in that 30 to 35 mile per hour range. It's not out of the question that we would see those wind gusts upwards of 40 to 45 through the overnight tonight and again tomorrow.
And for that reason, the wind advisory continues for all of Wave Country until 8 o'clock Saturday evening. So if we're not seeing severe storms, we're seeing those gusty winds outside of storms. So one last call, your trash cans, anything loose out on the deck or the patio, make sure you anchor those down tonight.
Yeah, we're just sort of hanging with you. We've got 1 minute until we are on Wave. We're going to be on there as well as all of our digital platforms that you're watching on now. And then once we get past the half hour that would typically be our recorded half hour, we will still stay on digital for a while. Make sure we answer your questions. So again, we're in a holding pattern here for about another 45 seconds, and then we'll launch into all of our graphics. Obviously, we're going to start with the alert day graphic that we have on, and then we will continue to work through. We're 30 seconds out from our television appearance. Oh, my goodness. Television appearance.
Aren't you excited?
That sounds big,
Aren't you excited?
I'm nervous. All these countdowns, the lights, the glamour. 15 seconds away, all right?
Hang tight.
Yeah, and you can watch us digital, or if you have the TV close by, you can turn it on Wave. You'll see us in either place. Here we go in 5 seconds. Hi, everybody. Kevin Harned and Carson Meredith. We're with you live in our Wave digital studio. We are on all of our digital platforms right now, and we're coming to you across the air on Wave 3 as well.
We appreciate you staying with us tonight, wherever you're watching us. We're continuing to keep a close eye on a line of severe storms out to our west that has not arrived in our area just yet, but continues to progress eastward. And we continue to have that alert day in place for this first round of severe storms, Kevin, that's going to be rolling through overnight.
Yeah, we're going to spend the next half hour with you here on the air. We will take some commercial breaks in there, but we will come back and make sure we roll through all of the possible weather data we have. We're even going to check in with some of our colleagues that are out to our west tracking these storms with tornadoes on the ground, whether we take it to Cape Girardeau or Memphis or Jonesboro, Arkansas. Many of our colleagues are hard at work tonight, just like we are. Let's go through the details. And the reason we're on live for this half hour is not because severe weather is impending to Wave in our viewing area. It's because typically we'd have a pre-recorded version of our newscast on. And instead of airing something that's dated, we said, you know what, we're here. Let's just jump on with the relevant information, the very latest information, so that you know what's going on. So that's the reason we're going to stay on for this half hour. So we're not showing you something old. We can give you the real-time information. Let's talk about the alert day and the timing of those 2 rounds of storms.
So the first round, we've actually delayed that start time 1 hour. And the reason we're doing that is because this line of severe storms that we're watching to our west, it's just a smidge behind schedule. We're still on track for the most part, but we're trying to refine that time frame for you as we get closer and closer to this event. So round 1 begins in about an hour and 20 minutes. Around 3 a.m., we'll start to see those first bits of storms, if you will, in our far western counties. That first round of severe weather winds down by 7 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll get a little break from the threat for severe storms before round 2 kicks in around 1 o'clock this afternoon.
And that will be round 2 and the final round.
Correct.
That one likely will push in with heavy rain versus severe weather. So those are the things we're going to talk about. The 2 rounds of storms, the threats that come with each one of those. And so let's just dive in a little deeper. When we talk about the threats that we have to work with, clearly we have wind. Some folks saying, hey, it's already windy. I mean, we've got some of our viewers on digital. Here's Stacy Lynn saying Board in Indiana has lots of wind right now. Well, you're right. We do have wind gusting 35 to 40 miles per hour. Wind will be our biggest threat, but still notice it's in the middle range. It's not like it's peaking out. We also have a low tornado threat, a low hail threat, and an even lower flooding threat for this first round of storms that will be moving in our direction over the course of the next few hours.
And this is a fairly quick moving line of storms. Yes, it's behind schedule just a little bit, but it's still a quick mover. That's why the flooding threat is low. But as Kevin mentioned, we've got a ton of wind to work with, a ton of shear in the atmosphere, a ton of spin in the wind. So that's why we have to keep up our guards for not only damaging straight line winds, but perhaps a few spin up tornadoes as well, even if our threat technically is a little lower.
We're looking at the severe threat through Saturday morning, and you're going to notice again, general timing. We'll just say 2 to 3 a.m. through 7 a.m. And then we have that next round that moves in during the afternoon and evening hours between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. That will come with a threat of some damaging wind as well. So before the threat arrives here, just a few reminders. Make sure your devices are charged. If you're watching us on a digital device, just make sure it's charged. There's not going to be massive severe weather across our area. Could there be a rogue warning? It's possible, but make sure you have a way to get that warning if it's issued. Obviously, the best way is a NOAA weather radio. A little too late for that tonight, but just make sure you have the Wave Weather app. Make sure the devices are charged. That's what we would say as we move through the rest of the overnight. Just to give a brief overview, the wind advisory stays in place until 8 o'clock tonight. We're looking at these wind speeds. Our wind gusts are now to 38 miles per hour in Louisville, only to be exceeded by Owensboro at 39 miles per hour.
And again, even if we're not seeing severe storms, be it overnight tonight or throughout the day on Saturday, we're still going to have to deal with these wind gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour at times.
We're coming up on our first commercial break. We're going to take that in 10 seconds here, and then we're going to come back and really dive into some more of the model data. Stay with us. You're watching coverage of the severe weather to our west on Wave. All right, so for those that are still watching on our digital stream, we've got just a small commercial break here we'll take. We will come back, and what we're going to set up next is going to be the regional view, 5 states. You can see those wind speeds in the Boot Hill of Missouri at 51 miles an hour, Nashville at 41. So we'll come back and talk about the region, and then we'll really pin down into the radar view. We haven't even gotten into the radar view just yet.
Right, and this is just the beginning, unfortunately, of what's going to be a very long severe weather event, not just for us here in Wave Country, but to our west and to our south. This could be a very significant day for places like Mississippi and Alabama. So, I don't like to say this lightly, but it could be a lot worse for our area.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen bad storms. Some folks commenting in the chat some of the things that they've heard. We have had damage. A number of homes in Missouri have been damaged. Our sister stations are out there. I see Ryan Vaughn out in Jonesboro is on the phone with emergency crews there. So we're going to tap into some of those as well and let you know what to expect. We're coming back on the air in less than 30 seconds.
We appreciate all 700 of you that are watching us only on our social media platforms. That's not even factoring in Wave Now, Wave Weather Now, our 24/7 live stream. So we appreciate all of you tuning in at this early hour on this Saturday, wherever you're watching.
Well, we know a lot of people want to know what's going on and what's it mean for us, right? And that's what we're going to really dive into. We're coming back in just 10 seconds here, and then we'll walk you through the radar views and visit to some folks surrounding us to our south and west. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our Alert Day coverage. Meteorologist Kevin Harned, Carson Meredith here. We're on during this time, not because we have severe weather ongoing, but because in normal place would be a recorded newscast. And we do have some relevant weather information to pass along. Let's talk about the current conditions. These are regional winds. You can see 38 mile per hour gust here in Louisville, but look at down near the Boot Hill of Missouri, 51 miles per hour.
Yeah, again, I would say that 51 mile per hour gust is right where the worst of the severe storms are at the moment. But even despite those severe storms, we're still seeing gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour well to the east, closer to 40 here in the metro, 41 mile an hour gusts last check in Nashville.
Yeah, just wild. I want to show you what it looks like. We have sister stations that have the ability to show us what it looks like in those storms. This is coming to us from our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
In Jonesboro right now.
Yeah, I believe it. It's trying to see if we can see anything on any of these cameras, but I'm really not sure if I'm looking to the southwest on any of them. But everything, if we see anything, is going to be rain wrapped, so it's going to be extremely hard.
We're getting a lot of hail in the Valley View area, power out in Valley View. Tornado warning. Just keeping my friends and seeing anything.
Again, this is our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas. What you're looking at, I believe, is a live camera from Jonesboro. They have a tornado warning in progress for Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Yes.
And wicked storm. Look at the lightning with that. My goodness.
Yeah, that is, they have a number of cameras they're showing us, and I can turn them down just a second while we take a closer view, but they're scanning the skies down there, watching those storms. Now, when we show you the radar view, and we can show you what that radar view looks like here, you're going to notice those storms are nowhere close to us. So they're still miles and miles away. In fact, if we stop the radar and put a track on it of just how far away it is from Louisville, we're still over 200 miles away, roughly moving at 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's about 4 hours away from us. It's almost 2 a.m. So we're not even talking before 5, 6 a.m. by the time they may arrive here. And now, parts of southern Indiana could see them a little earlier.
Correct. So that's why we keep the timing for the alert day starting around 3 a.m. That's when the leading edge of these storms could arrive in, let's say, Du Bois County, Jasper, maybe out towards Tell City, in Perry County. But again, here in the metro, it looks to be more of an issue really when we come back on the air for our sunrise newscast this morning around 5 a.m. That is the live view of Ryan Vaughn, the chief meteorologist at KAIT in Jonesboro. That's a pretty impressive looking storm moving right through Jonesboro as we speak.
Yeah, and they're talking about that rotation. This is the velocities looking at both the winds toward and away from the radar. It's those couplets that you see that can be the powerful rotation right through Jonesboro. It's no reason they're on nonstop with their full team of meteorologists, and they're really analyzing that storm to see.
This is right at Interstate 555, and then
these are the kind of supercells, folks, that not only produce tornadoes, but also some pretty sizable hail as well. And we don't expect to see these supercells necessarily in our area tonight, but the better ingredients, not only from the wind aspect and also the instability, are right along the Mississippi River, close to where Ryan and his team are tonight.
All right, let's talk about what's happening here. We'll come back to us before we have to take another commercial break, but we are tracking that line. Obviously, it has a lot of lightning along that line. A wider view shows the number of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that go all the way from Minneapolis, or at least Minnesota, down through Illinois and pushing all the way down into the deep south. So a number of warnings. The big question is, what can we expect here? And we are going to answer that question. We have a lot of time, so we're going to just walk you through it. These are the current warnings and watches that we have across the area. Turn the sweeping radar off, and you can see those warnings and watches stretching all the way from southern Wisconsin through northern Indiana, moving across parts of Illinois, down into West Kentucky, into the deep south, including Louisiana and Mississippi. So those are the storms we're tracking. They will be weakening as they approach. How much will they weaken? We'll answer that when we come back in just a couple of minutes as we take another break right here on Wave. Stay with us. You're watching our weather coverage extended tonight. All right. And folks that are jumping back in to the stream and still on here, let me just give you an idea of what we're going to show coming up. Our sister station in Jonesboro is looking at the radar, moving that storm through. Our sister station down in Memphis also tracking storms that are moving through. And you'll notice, let me go back.
This is from KAIT in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Oh boy, that's some sort of looks like a car shop of some kind.
Yeah,
See the Napa sign there.
Shannon, Napa,
oh,
says
goodness.
Napa Auto Parts on the side of it there.
Napa Auto Parts. I just heard Ryan say he knows where that is.
Right.
I'm getting a lot of
So we're starting to get more damage reports. We had quite a bit of damage near St. Louis a couple of hours ago.
Oh my goodness,
Oh boy.
guys! Significant damage at the exact same. My friends that got hit Memorial Day weekend, their house is destroyed worse than it was Memorial Day weekend.
Boy, you hate to hear that
So,
news coming in. You can tell it's affecting Ryan. You know, I mean, he knows who was hit. It's hard when, you know, it's
so if you
going
remember
through
the same place it got hit,
your location. You know, he's
it
got
looks like
family
a
and friends
tornado
right there in
comes in now. So
Jonesboro.
this is
Again, for
heading
folks tuning into our
right
stream, this is
now.
Jonesboro,
This storm
Arkansas,
down here.
our sister
You see where we're
station,
getting
and that's
damage.
Ryan Vaughn. He's pointing out through
So,
Paragould where
Memorial Day
that
weekend,
storm hit his friend's house
familiar with
twice,
this area,
Memorial
so
Day
this is
weekend and
really-
now this weekend. Pointing out also, we have stations all across. This is our Memphis station, Channel 5. And then we're also going to be showing you our station out of Cape Girardeau. And you can see they too are tracking tornadoes moving through their area.
And we'll continue to jump in and out of these various sister stations we have as we go through the rest of this evening. You know, going back to that Memorial Day weekend severe weather event, we had quite a bit of damage in our area from that particular event. We had wind gusts over 70 miles per hour, if I remember correctly. So,
Yeah.
Unfortunate, a 1-2 punch for Ryan's friends. That's awful.
Yeah, I tell you, you don't want to see anything like that show up on the radar, especially at night.
Right.
That's the rough time because you have to be able to get those warnings. And so many people are asleep. And we know we're all in a busy world. It's the whole reason we have the alert days. We're coming back on. We're in the stream now. We're coming back onto our broadcast in just about 15 seconds. And we'll join back. And what we're going to talk about through this next segment will be the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center and what to expect as these storms move a little closer to us through the overnight hours. Welcome back in here on our alert day as we continue to track storms well to our west. You can see the severe thunderstorm and tornado watches and warnings lined up across southern Illinois, the Boot Hill of Missouri, down into northeast Arkansas. Those are moving to the east, but good news for us, they will be weakening.
And we still have that risk for a few strong to severe storms. There are not going to be, based on what we've been looking at so far tonight, there will likely not be as many severe thunderstorm or even tornado warnings in our area. But we're still watching these storms because they're about to cross the Wabash River out near the Illinois-Indiana border. And eventually there'll be an issue for us within maybe the next hour, as early as 3 o'clock in our western counties.
A couple of things to point out. First of all, we have the round out to the west moving our way. Tomorrow, the atmosphere sort of re-energizes and we'll see another, probably even bigger severe weather outbreak to the south. That's a rare high-risk area that you notice shaded there across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. We're in the slight risk here in Louisville, which is what we've been in throughout the day today on our Friday. As we break this down based on parameters, the tornado potential so much higher to our south during Saturday afternoon. The greatest wind potential, again, to our south Saturday afternoon. What about hail potential? You said it, to our south Saturday afternoon. So the threat for us Saturday is a very narrow window to see in the afternoon hours, is a very narrow window to see any of the robust storms moving in our direction. When it comes to answering questions about what will the storms tonight do as they move in, let's start with the wind, because that's already a factor. We have the wind advisory in place, our wind gust already up to 38 miles per hour.
And we will continue to see those gusts around 40, perhaps 45 miles per hour overnight tonight and through the entire day tomorrow, whether we're seeing severe storms or not.
We have the tornado watch that's also in place out to our west. It's a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation. It means that long-lived and long-track tornadoes are likely in that area. It's what they've been tracking out there. That's not necessarily a major concern for us at this time because, first of all, none of our 34 counties are under the watch, and we still suspect and expect that these storms will weaken. Now, could they still hold a punch to the west of I-65? That is still possible as these storms move closer. But you have to realize we're going to be into that 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. time frame by the time they even move closer to us. So when we look at the futurecast, let me just point out, and I'll roll it back. Remember, I said they would hit our southern Indiana counties first. It's because of the tilt of that line. Yes, they move closer. Yes, they are still strong. Du Bois County, they have the greatest chance in our viewing area of seeing some strong storms. I say tonight, but really it's early this morning.
Right.
But notice that as we pass that 4 o'clock time frame, they really weaken as they push to the east. And that's the trend that we've said all day long, and certainly over the last bit.
And, there's been a lot of question as between round 1 and round 2. So the first round coming in tonight and the second round tomorrow afternoon. Would we see a break, not only in the rain and the storms, but also breaks in the cloud cover? And looking over the high resolution data tonight, there's not as much of a break early in the day on Saturday. So the morning hours in particular. Yes, there could still be a few showers and storms, but 2 good things. 1, they would likely not be severe. And 2, that would keep a lot of cloud cover in place, which would help limit the severe threat for the second round Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and you can see that in this high resolution data here. This takes us into the morning hours, things sort of fizzling out, but the rain never goes away. That means the clouds never go away. The clouds sort of suppress the severe weather threat. Even though we see an uptick in storms by 1 o'clock, some of the displacement of the energy is well to the south. So we could have heavy rain falling, but the threat of severe weather becomes limited at that point. And then it's a heavy rainmaker moving across the area. So just to express again the sort of summary of what to expect, as these line of storms moves in tonight, round 1, there is a chance for a few strong storms west of I-65. The clouds will linger. The rain will linger. We're going to talk more about what to expect Saturday, tonight, and again in the afternoon, coming up after a quick break right here on Wave. We appreciate you sticking with us. We'll be right back. So again, we're in this brief commercial break. For folks that are on the stream, we appreciate some of the comments that are in our chat. We're going to get to some of our affiliates and sister stations in this next bit. I want to make sure folks at home, as they prepare to go to bed, is this our last block on Wave, or do we have another one? And I'm asking that to the control room. Okay, so we'll have one more, and that'll be the final one. Carson, when we're in this next one, can you just change the boxes? Yes, whichever one we're talking about. Okay. I just want to be able to punch us up with it. Sure. Sorry, I'm not left-handed, and I've got a mouse in this hand and a keyboard in this hand. This is like we're controlling our own control room. It's not quite SpaceX, but we're getting close.
We've got 3 different computers.
It was good to see that. Capsule takeoff, the rocket takeoff.
Yeah,
703.
And it didn't explode. Thankfully. It hasn't yet.
So hopefully it can rescue the astronauts that are there and get them back to Earth.
That's the hope.
All right. Again, some folks are asking, will we see tornadoes in Louisville? Will we see a tornado watch in Louisville? It's a little early to say with great certainty. My feeling is that we won't. I think that there's a small chance to the west of us, but it will be weakening. Now, will they play it safe and go ahead and include us? That's possible, but the odds are that these storms will weaken by the time they reach that I-65 corridor. Most of the data is pointing to that scenario.
Still heavy rain, still loud thunder potentially, but the further east these storms move tonight, closer to us, the weaker they will become. So the threat is not 0, but it is lower than what we've been showing you throughout the night to our west.
So when we come back, I'm going to go back through quickly the futurecast, and then we're going to get into some severe weather parameters, and then we'll show some of the setup to our south. We're coming back in just 30 seconds. Appreciate everybody sticking with us here. I know it's a little different than our traditional, online version where we just sort of run through it and then answer your questions. But because we're on the air and online, we thought this made the most sense to do tonight. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. If you are, give us a thumbs up in the stream here. We like to see that.
We're coming back in just a second. Stand by.
Here we go. I'll let you bring us back.
Welcome back, everybody. Carson Meredith, Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harden with you. Closing in on 2 a.m. on this Saturday morning. We continue to track live severe storms to our west and the potential impacts they might have here in wave country over the next few hours.
Yeah, let's take this time to look at some of the data that we have. We've showed you the futurecast. I'm going to run through this quickly. The storms approach tonight. They could still be strong west of I-65. They sort of crumble as they get closer to us. The high resolution data that we have shows that the rain may stick around for a while. That would be a good thing because it keeps clouds around. It keeps things from getting too robust in the afternoon on Saturday. Notice the heavy rain. Still a few heavy thunderstorms, but the severe threat would be limited with that cloud cover and rain. Still raining a good chunk of Saturday, especially the afternoon into the early evening. That may start to wane by 9 p.m. All right, so that's our futurecast. Let's take a look at the significant tornado parameters, where we would have the greatest opportunity to see significant tornadoes. Again, notice the time, 4 a.m., storms approaching, tornado parameters going down.
The further east these storms move tonight, closer to us, the more these parameters drop.
Now, you're looking at that and you're like, well, wait a minute. It looks like it's going back up. Do we have tornado chances at 7:30 in the morning? The answer to that is no. By that point, the round of storms has really passed us. So that would be displaced from what we would be looking at on the radar. So that's some good news. All right. We look at next the updraft helicity, the vertical part of the storm with the forward motion. Those swaths typically give us an indicator of where we could have a tornado possibly on the ground. The best chance is going to be southwest Indiana. That's between now, as these storms move in, and about 3 or 4 in the morning.
And the further east these storms go as we continue, could there still be some pockets of small rotation, broad rotation? Yes, we're not totally ruling that out. The further east these storms go, it's just the threat is lower once you get closer to Interstate 65. It's really our western counties that we're going to have to keep an eye on over the next few hours.
Yeah, and then you can see they just sort of fizzle out and completely fade away. And then during the afternoon, our southern counties would be most at risk if we were to destabilize enough to see severe weather. And that's a big if with the clouds and the rain around. Now, I want to show you this power outage index, but just keep in mind, power outages can occur just because of the winds that we have. Oh, first the hail. And I think that the best chance of that certainly is going to be to the west of I-65. That's where you have it. Again, all ingredients are lining up to say, yeah, west of 65, there's still going to be a chance through that 6 a.m. time frame. Outside of that, most areas are probably going to be okay. Now we look at that power outage, and just because we have some strong gusty winds around, that's why we see some of that flickering going on. Outside of that, no big deal there either. Now I want to show you the storm impact zones. So let's take a look at this. This will be helpful. We're watching this area now. It's to our west. Between now and about 5 a.m., I'm going to call some towns out. This would be places like Bedford and Paola. You can see they're outlined. This would be Salem down toward Brandenburg, Hardensburg, Litchfield. That area is the target time. So let's just say now to 5 a.m. Damaging wind, isolated tornadoes and hail. It's the highest threat level in our area.
And as these storms continue to progress east, the next zone would be the I-65 corridor, including the metro, including Louisville, let's say Shepherdsville, E-Town, up towards Salem, Scottsburg, Madison. This is about 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. When this first round of storms rolls through. They will be weakening, but they could still produce strong wind gusts, perhaps a spin-up tornado, perhaps some hail as well.
And then we get over to the eastern part of the viewing area between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m., and it really collapses and fades. Those storms will break apart. Could be a few strong winds there. So when you look at the timeline between now and 7 a.m., we've got the fading line of storms that will be approaching the I-65 corridor, and we'll see the break between 7 a.m. and 1, at least in the heaviest of storms. And then you'll notice additional rounds of strong storms and heavy rain possible from 1 p.m. until 8 p.m. on Saturday. We're going to take one one more quick break. When we come back, we'll check in with some of our sister stations that are under severe weather warnings. All right, thank you. They're just giving us some cues in our ears here. Folks I see jumping in, and we appreciate that. Several thumbs up. That's good. We appreciate those. We're coming back in 2 minutes. What we'll do when we come back is once again kind of talk about the timeline. I'll just put the radar up between us here. I've been sitting in this chair for a long time today, and I'm like hunched over. Yeah. I'm like, I need a sit up straight.
Maybe we should talk to the bosses about more comfortable chairs.
Yeah, maybe so. Where'd we get these? Tamu? I barely fit in the chair, first of all.
I'm leaving that alone.
It's true. I feel like I'm on a bike seat.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Just a little bit.
Okay, let me turn the lightning off here. This is what happens when it's 2 o'clock. You get a little slap happy.
That's exactly what I was about to say. But hey, you know what? We appreciate 830 of you watching us on our social media platforms. Everybody watching on Wave Weather Now, our 24/7 weather live stream, the only one in Louisville, and of course on Wave Now as well.
Well, that's a good thing we need to remind people that are watching. You all know that because you're on our live stream, but people that are watching on Wave may not know that. So we do have the only 24/7 local weather live stream, and boy, that's handy, especially in events like this. So.
And as the day goes on today, I'll be here in the station, and I will likely do several updates on Wave Weather Now as we go through the afternoon, just to give you updates on where things stand, where they're heading for the rest of the afternoon and the evening. So we are not going anywhere. We are here all night and all day on Saturday.
Just for you.
Just for you.
Working for you. That used to be our tagline, you know? It's true.
It is true. Absolutely.
We love the weather. And more importantly, we love our viewers.
That's
so
right.
we want to make sure you know what's going on. Here we come back in 10 seconds. This will be our final commercial break, and then we'll be able to answer some of your questions I see in here. Hi, everybody. As we continue on and slowly wrap up our coverage here, we've been on for about the last half hour, making sure you knew what was going on. So we replaced the recorded newscast with just live weather information. I want to show you there's still a number of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings to the west. This line has shown little in the way of weakening at this point. However, as it continues to move into southwest Indiana, west Kentucky, and especially as it approaches I-65, it will run out of its fuel and run into a weakening mode. So that is still in the forecast. Will they completely dissipate before they get here? Can't rule that out completely, especially west of I-65. So that's what we're watching. I want to show you just a bit of what's going on surrounding us. First of all, let me just push up what's happening out of Jonesboro, and you'll notice. Goodness. Yeah, and I'm just going to listen in. And we are watching what's happening.
Same.
In places with our sister station. This is out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. You're going to hear the voice of Chief Meteorologist Ryan Vaughn.
Radar for a second.
They're tracking a storm that has just moved through Jonesboro.
You guys.
Tornado on the ground. Damage has been done.
We're fine. But regrouping here for a second. Tornado warning in effect continues for Greene County over into the Boot Hill. We'll take a look at radar, and we're going to get back into kind of catch myself up on this also. This storm.
So you can see they've had enough of a storm that's going on near them that either they had to take cover or they know family members that may have been hit. And that's what Ryan is talking about. He's having to sort of regroup and get back at it.
And we've had that happen here before, too. We've had that happen where we've had to step off to make sure our family's okay. We're all humans, too.
You'll see me have my phone. And, oftentimes I'm texting and calling saying, hey, make sure you see what's going on. Tune in. For folks that are watching on Wave, it would be important for you to know that we do have a 24/7 weather stream. It's Louisville's only 24/7 weather channel, and it's always streaming. You can find it on our app, by the way. Just scroll down, go to the Wave Weather app, scroll down, watch live. It's always there. And when there's active weather going on, we're always on it, just like this. Brian Good's on it every morning, and we could communicate with those folks on our social streams. So thousands of people are watching us right now on that part of the feed. And then many of you are watching at home because we decided to wipe out the recorded newscast. Again, you're looking at Jonesboro's radar. We have other sister stations that we can take a look at too. This is our sister station, KFVS out of Cape Girardeau.
Shortened, and here's what the new kind of information we have based on this storm says. So it's moving about 8 miles.
You can see the
northeast
lightning
of
showing up
Benton,
on their SkyTrack cameras. So a number of lightning strikes. Our sister station in Memphis, likewise showing what's happening there. We've got Ron Childers on the left-hand side and tracking storms moving across and into the western part of their viewing area down in Memphis, Tennessee.
Francis County is about to expire, and it looks like it's going to be just rain, but we'll continue to monitor it, watch it, and keep you updated on the air, on the web, and of course on the First Alert Weather app. For meteorologist Patrick Ellis, I'm meteorologist.
So they're
Ron
wrapping up
Childers.
their
Good
coverage.
night. Get a good night's sleep. We do have a long and busy day coming our way tomorrow as our next round of storms will start to move in.
Yeah,
early
so
morning
they'll
on
be
Saturday.
much more into the action tomorrow than we will be. Again, that was just a quick sort of overview of what we've been watching from our sister stations. The great part about being in a company like Gray Media is the fact that we can show you what's going on in a number of television markets and really across the Southeast and the Midwest. So that weather's moving our way. We were watching Steve Templeton and Kristen Cornett back in St. Louis earlier. Those storms tracking across. We have been keeping an eye on Grant Dade and Cape Girardeau, and we will continue to do that. These storms are still several hours away from us, arriving in our viewing area likely after 3 a.m. and maybe Louisville 5 to 6 in the morning. Expect them to weaken as they approach the I-65 corridor, but can't let your guard totally down. If you're west of I-65, you have to have a way to get warnings and know that we will be here.
We'll be here throughout the evening. We're going to sign off on the Wave television side of things. Our live stream continues on our social media platforms and on Wave Weather Now. Stay safe. Have a good night.
We hope you'll join us on the stream. All right, we appreciate that, and thanks to the control room for making that seamless. We appreciate that, and we'll carry on here with some of your questions. I'll ask Carson to pull up some questions, and then we may bounce back and forth between some of our feeds to that we're watching, because some of those folks
so
see what's going on.
Where are we at here? 900 folks watching us on the social media platforms. Let's see.
A lot of people talking about the wind gusts. I'm going to punch those up while you're looking there.
Yeah, so let's see a few comments. Let's see. Diana's watching us on YouTube. All this weather coverage makes me feel so much safer. Thank you so much. Diana, we appreciate you staying up, watching with us late tonight. This is why we're here. We're here to keep you safe and informed. We're not here to hype things up. A lot of people say that about alert days. Oh, you're just hyping things up. No, that's not what we're doing. It's a job to inform you. We put this alert day out last Saturday because we knew that this system was going to have significant weather impacts across the entire region and here in Wave Country as well. And that risk does continue. So we're going to be here throughout the night and all day tomorrow watching it.
We like to say we want to keep you prepared, not scared.
Yep.
Yeah, easy to do.
That's right.
Caitlin's saying, what causes a storm to develop stronger rather than weaken? Well, that's a good question, and it's sort of complex, but the bottom line is you still have to feed it, right? It has to have its fuel. Once it runs into an environment that is less favorable, which would mean that there's less moisture, because that's a fuel for the storm, right? Higher dew points being fed into the storm. That's the moisture. That's the fuel. If we have a lack of instability, maybe that's to do with daytime heating. That can be providing some instability. So once we lose that, of course, certainly during the overnight, the atmosphere tends to become a little more stable. So that works against severe weather. So those are just a few things that go against severe weather, and what would cause them to weaken as they move into a less favorable environment than if they were moving into a rich environment that would be sustainable for storms to continue.
So very good question there, Kaylin. Adam says, do you guys have a sister station in Evansville? We do. WFIE channel 14 in Evansville, Jeff Lyons and company. They are not on the air yet, I don't believe. but I have a feeling they will be shortly because their viewing area is rather large. It covers Western Kentucky, Southwest Indiana, parts of Illinois. I'm not sure. I don't think it covers Missouri, does the Evansville area. But yes, we do have our friends at WFIE that I'm sure are working long hours tonight, as we are and as a lot of folks are. And once they begin their live coverage, we'll see if we can hop in to their stream as well. But they are not on the air just yet. Gray Media is a very large company. How many stations do we have? Over 100.
113.
113. There you go. So we have a great ability here at Gray to show different parts of the country where the weather is happening, especially if the weather's coming our way. We can tap into a lot of different resources across the company to keep you informed, not just what's happening here, but also around the rest of the country.
Yeah, and I'm just popping it up here to see. I thought I saw him on for a second. We'll get through this. Right, give me just 1 second.
We have a lot of different buttons.
Well, and the thing is, the screen is about the size of.
Yeah, it is.
So take me just a second
Sure.
to work.
Sure.
With that.
So we'll get that WFIE stream set up. Look at the wind gusts, by the way, here at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:15 thereabouts, 38 miles per hour was the last update at Ollie International Airport, 36 mile per hour gusts in Jasper. Let's see, 31 miles per hour in Jeff. So these are some pretty strong wind gusts. And, you know, when we talk about the power outage risk, yes, there could be a few strong storms that knock out power in a few spots tonight and tomorrow. I really think the main issue would be if we see that heavy rain kind of get the ground a little too saturated, maybe a tree limb falls down on a power line. That would be the main power issue as we go through tonight and tomorrow. Here's that live coverage now from our friends at WFIE.
This is Jeff Lyons, longtime chief meteorologist over at WFIE, tracking tornado warnings just off to the north and west of Evansville. So these storms haven't even made it into southwest Indiana or western Kentucky just yet. So just bodes to say that we have a ways to go before they reach us. Let's just listen in to Jeff Lyons for a second as we watch his coverage.
Michael has a little bit more on that. Yeah, so I just wanted to explain the difference between
Well, we understand the difference between a watch and a warning, so we won't have to go through that. The watch means conditions are possible. The warning means it's happening. So obviously they've got both going on there. We have none. We have no watch. We have no warning. We do have a wind advisory and our wind gust at 38 miles an hour. I'm going to punch up our radar here. So our current wind gust region wide, again, 48 southern parts of Illinois. We're among the highest in our region at 38 miles per hour. And let's go to the radar view and you can see that lightning. I'm going to take that off. Plenty of lightning with these storms though. And a number of warnings now stretching from northern Indiana down all the way into northeast Arkansas.
Tornado warning looks like up there for the Chicago suburbs.
Yeah, not far
in
from
northern
Gary, Indiana.
Right. Another tornado warning west of Indianapolis. Obviously, the main focus for us is what's happening right where the Ohio River meets the Mississippi River. That's where most of the warnings are concentrated. But even up towards Indianapolis, really near Terre Haute, little portion of that line of storms looks like it has some rotation with it. So that's why the Weather Service in Indianapolis is going with a tornado warning up there.
Yeah, you can see that storm that will go just north of Indy if it stays on track. Other storms down toward Terre Haute, again, far more broken than what it was. Remember earlier where that line was just a solid wall of warnings, whether it was tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. Now at least it's broken. That's a sign that it is weakening somewhat. So some good news there as we track this a little bit further to the south. Again, you saw Jeff Lyons and his team tracking that storm just west of Evansville, southern parts of Illinois, and then moving into West Kentucky will be that storm moving out of the Boot Hill of Missouri.
If you know anybody that lives in Paducah, that lives in Graves County, Mayfield, they're all too familiar with this, of course. Might not be a bad idea to text them or give them a call because these storms will likely have additional warnings with them, that is, in Western Kentucky. So it may not be a bad idea to call them. They might get mad if you wake them up. So be it. Just make sure they're aware that some stronger storms are moving into the far western portions of the Commonwealth.
So you can see why we were saying there would likely be southern Indiana in our viewing area seeing these storms first. It has to do with that tilt of that line. So Bedford, Jasper, see, we're at 2 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, that'll be edging closer to the viewing area, especially the Du Bois County area. So our timing is going to be decent in terms of the initial push of storms into the viewing area around 2 to 3 o'clock. Okay. And then it will make its way a little closer to us here in Louisville, probably around that 5 or 6 a.m. time frame.
Misty asks on Facebook, she's watching us in Breckenridge County. Can I get a couple of hours of sleep? Yes, absolutely you can, Misty. We will be here watching these storms through the night. Just make sure you have a way to get a warning to wake you up. It could be a NOAA weather radio. If you have the Wave weather app, you'll get those alerts as soon as they're issued for Breckenridge County, should they be issued. So yeah, get some rest, and we'll be watching these storms all night for you. So sleep well, please. Let's see. More folks asking.
Yeah, a lot of folks
questions.
just saying good morning. We say good morning back. We know you all aren't getting any sleep either. Again, I'll stress that it's not a zero chance, but it's not a real high chance for us. We're banking on the fact that it's going to outrun its fuel, and these storms will start to collapse as they move closer to us.
A lot of folks asking, what about this town, that town? Remember, folks, and we don't say this, to cause any trouble, but there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny little towns in wave country. So if we went every single town by town by town, we'd be here all morning talking nonstop about each individual town. So just understand, we kind of have to group our area together into groups, smaller groups, to talk about the timing. So as early as 3 a.m. in our western counties, here in Louisville, or nearby, around 5 or 6 a.m. And we really think by 8 a.m. at the absolute latest, the severe weather threat for round 1 will be done. Looks like we got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center.
Yeah, and what this is coming from Norman, Oklahoma. That's where they issue the watches. The warnings are done locally from the Weather Service office, but there's an 80% chance that a watch will be issued across our area. So expect the watch to come out during the next little bit. All right. So again, let me just read what their summary says. And this is what the Storm Prediction Center is saying about our area, that area outlined in red. Let me just circle that for you. It's this area here is what I'm going to refer to when I'm talking about what I'm reading. And the summary is that there's an 80% chance of a watch. It will be a tornado watch just because of the environment. We have enough shear. The broken band of storms will spread east across the current tornado watch with the potential for a new watch by 7Z. So that's 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Yep.
From western Ohio into southern Indiana and central Kentucky. So expect that watch to come out any time now. The discussion says that the broken band of supercells with a history of tornadoes and damaging winds will continue to spread eastward through the early morning hours. The 70 to 80 knot south and southwesterly flow in the lowest 2 kilometers, sampled by regional, and I won't get into all the technical meanings of everything, continues moistening near the and just above the surface. So that was that moisture we said we needed. So if we were to look at dew points, which we will, you'll be able to see that we do have some of that moisture being still injected into the area. Now, again, mainly west of I-65. The buoyancy will be weaker with time and as it moves eastward. So the storm mode should evolve into a more linear or line segments and clusters. Destabilization should remain sufficient for a threat for wind damage and the possibility of a few tornadoes. A new tornado watch is likely. So that's the discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. It's essentially what we've been talking about, is that it's not a non-zero chance, but the chance will be lessening every mile east you go. So that's where we are in this. Looking at the radar, clearly the best chance is going to be where you have the cluster of warnings moving in from near Paducah that could go into parts of central Kentucky, but be just west of I-65.
And this is not surprising that the Storm Prediction Center is going to go with a tornado watch. They do this primarily, watches, they're designed for giving you a heads up. They're designed to give you a caution that there's still that risk for perhaps a few spin-up tornadoes as we go through the rest of this morning. That threat will likely be lower than what we're seeing off to our west, but it's not zero. And that's the big point of emphasis that we've had for the last few days with this first round of storms. The threat would be lower here, but it would not be zero. So no surprise there that this tornado watch is coming. And again, it should be out by the top of the hour. So within the next 15 to 30 minutes, I would imagine. The main area that I'm concerned about really is going to be along and south of I-64, I think, in southern Illinois, because this line of storms is kind of moving more northeast, east-northeast. So we would have to watch basically from, I guess, Mount Vernon, Illinois, down towards Paducah, down towards the Boot Hill of Missouri. That particular area might give us the most trouble over the next few hours.
Yeah, and the forward speed on these moving at roughly 50 to 60 miles per hour. Again, if we were to track that, let me just pause that. Let's put our measurement on Louisville, and it's probably something like that. So we're roughly 200 miles, probably just shy of 200. If it's 50 miles, that's 4 hours. So we're looking at 6:30 in the morning. So probably between 5:30 and let's just say between 5 and 6 in the morning, those storms should be close to Louisville.
That timing, slightly later timing is working in our favor just a little bit because the deeper into the night we go, the lower instability we have. So
yes, it's at this point, what we call this is nowcasting. We're sort of babysitting the radar. There's little that we can look at. I mean, I can pull up the dew points. That's going to be one measure of fuel that we have. That's what we're hanging on to. We can look at some mesoanalysis here, and we'll do that offline. I can't show it through our computers very easily. But when we look at the dew points that are going across the area, let me just pop that on. So take me just a second here.
While Kevin's doing that, I'm just looking at some of the warnings that we have out across far southeast Missouri, the Boot Hill of Missouri, heading into western Kentucky, southern Illinois. It's a very messy line of storms, but we're not necessarily seeing quite as many supercells that are just out there by themselves. It's starting to congeal into a line of storms as we expected, and that should lower the tornado threat a bit, but that could mean perhaps more damaging wind gusts with maybe a spin up or two over the next few hours. Now, the dew points at this stage of the game, they're not necessarily conducive for severe weather. Low 50s, not what you're looking for severe weather, but as we talked about, that moisture is starting to move in. So we'll likely see those dew points ramp up into the mid 50s as we go through the rest of this morning. So that's why the severe weather threat will linger over the next few hours. And we can't forget about the deep south. I tell you what, that supercell in northern Mississippi has been going for almost 2 hours now. And it's heading into northwest Alabama. So for any of my friends in that part of the country, keep an eye on that as we go through the rest of this morning.
And what we always see is that that's feeding it sort of on its own. It has in its own environment. That one will not become linear or in a line like what we will see move in our direction from the west. That eventually congeals into a line with mainly straight line wind damage for us. So these individual supercell thunderstorms feed off of the environment of their own. And as long as they can tap into that, they will survive a long time. And that's where you get the long track, most severe tornadoes. So that is one worth watching down across northern Mississippi as it continues to move. The individual cells within the line that are moving into West Kentucky have also shown signs of being supercellular. But eventually, as it continues moving into a slightly less unfavorable environment, they will become more linear. That means more of a wall of wind as opposed to the rotation and the individualization that we know as producing tornadoes. Still can be just as rough in terms of wind and wind damage, but it's it's one of those things that's just a different mode of severe weather.
Joseph's asking about the second round of storms tomorrow afternoon. Are they going to be more or less severe?
It depends where you are is the answer to that question. So we've had a number of tornado warnings today And sorry to jump in, but
No,
I wanted to point out, let me just show you the storm reports across the region.
Goodness.
When we look at that, most of those are wind reports. Now, if I were to dive into those a little deeper and only show the tornado reports, let me just turn off our winter. I'm going to turn off the flooding. I'm going to turn off all the flooding. And let me turn off all of the wind. And so now we're left, I'll go ahead and turn off the hail too. So those are the tornado reports that we've had so far today. Was that in the last 12 hours?
A couple of focus zones, if you will. The main one, as we expected, would be across Missouri and Illinois on either side of the Mississippi River. Also down in northern Arkansas, we were watching Ryan Vaughn in Jonesboro earlier tonight. They had a damaging tornado, it appears, in northeastern Arkansas. And that second area you see towards the bottom of the screen, that is with that lone supercell that's rolling through northern Mississippi tonight and could make its way into northwest Alabama here in the next hour or two. And unfortunately for our friends down there, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and so that was the answer to the question is,
Right.
How's tomorrow going to be? Well, this in terms of tornadoes was how today has been. And we may add another few to that as they cross over into Indiana and West Kentucky. But tomorrow, I think you'll see far more than this, but across parts of Mississippi and Alabama, further to the south, all the way up into Tennessee. So the target zone tomorrow will be in that area that we've been pointing out, well to the south. So it's going to be in that high-risk area across from Jackson through Tuscaloosa up toward Birmingham.
And again, any of my friends in Huntsville, just pay attention tomorrow. Watch, we have some very great meteorologists there in Huntsville, so pay attention. It could be a very rough day down in Mississippi and Alabama. Back here in wave country, the threat tomorrow for severe weather is lower than it is south of us, but it's not zero. We've got this first round moving in tonight. And then, of course, we'll watch for that second round into tomorrow afternoon. There's no tornado watch in place yet, but we know that there is one that will be issued in the next 15 to 30 minutes by the top of the hour. Looks like it would include a large portion of wave country, but we'll wait to get official word from the Storm Prediction Center on that.
Yeah, while we're waiting on that, let's just take a look and look around our viewing or our area because we have the ability to show these. So I'm going to take you to Cape Girardeau. This is meteorologist Grant Dade, and he's tracking some of those storms moving through his viewing area.
Nope, I did not. So I still have it at 45 miles per hour. I want it at...
So he's changing the forward speed. When we
Plano.
track these storms with the tools that we have in our radar, we have to have the speed of the storm correct. Otherwise, it shows the arrival time as being wrong. And so he's asking the radar operator to change the forward speed.
And I will say, just kind of going up and down that line, that storm that Grant's tracking right now looks to be the strongest one on the board. Where is that? Harrisburg, Illinois. So southern Illinois. It's going to go north of Paducah, that particular storm, but still has a pretty strong rotation with it. Still kind of a semi-discrete supercell. In other words, it's a supercell within a more broad band of severe storms that Grant is tracking for you. You see that pink box that their radar system has. That means that this is a confirmed tornado. In fact, Kevin, they're calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado that Grant's tracking for us.
Look at the Caro storm.
Let's listen in.
Did we get any damage reports from the one in Johnson County? I know they probably just did a radar indicated tornado. Not radar indicated, but radar confirmed.
At night, it's really tough to get information too because everybody's asleep. It's hard to see. So information is scarce through the overnight hours. You can see Grant's relying on some information coming in. He's going to clear that off, and then he'll go back and track that.
I need to be getting back to where I was, and I'm not seeing a way to get back. So I'm going to have to fix that. So we're going to do this. And we're going to take away, and then we're going to bring them back.
So again, doing all of this from the key, which is in front of a chroma key. There's no imagery behind him. It's a green screen. He's having to zoom in. Those are fake buttons that he's clicking.
We talked about Wardell and that storm moving into southern New Madrid County. We already know we got a tornado there. So I want to find out if we
So
got
there's a tornado on the ground. It
with this
sounds
storm,
like
'cause you kind of see
with
the
that storm
curvature.
west
We're
of
starting to get a
Paducah
better
that
hook
Grant's tracking.
than we saw earlier with this storm. That's going right into Cairo.
Hail and mounds.
Dime-sized hail in mounds.
So still getting some
okay?
hail reports with these
Cairo.
storms as
So
well.
that's the hail core on this. Now, thankfully, you see we don't have that tight circulation like we did in the storm that is in Johnson County. So,
And that's the thing,
still
the radar
good.
can show us a
Why-
lot. Winds toward and away from it, that's the velocity. We can look at the correlation coefficient that gives us an idea of debris that may be lofted into the air, because the radar knows sort of the makeup of the objects that it would typically hit, like a raindrop or a snowflake or a whatever. And if it hits something that's a little more dense and that bounces back to the radar, gives it a different color, we know that, that's not a raindrop. That's something far different. That's likely debris that's been lofted into the air. And if it matches up with the reflectivity signature of maybe where we had the hook on the radar perhaps, or the velocity where we have the couplet on the radar, then we can say with a little more confidence, oh my goodness, that's a debris ball right there. There's a tornado on the ground. That's what we mean when we say radar confirmed. All right. May not be necessarily a set of eyes on it, but it's radar confirmed.
Basically self-explanatory. The radar says, hey, I've got a tornado on the ground. And 10 or 15 years ago, we couldn't pick out debris on radar like we can now. There's been so many advancements with radar. Dual polarization is the fancy name for this stronger radar technology that allows us to track where debris may or may not be in a severe weather situation like this. So again, we're still watching our sister station KFVS out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri. They are tracking a couple of confirmed tornadoes in their viewing area. For frame of reference, this is Eastern Missouri, Southern Illinois, Western Kentucky that our friends out there are tracking at this hour.
I wanted to bring this up because we did have the tornado warning near Terre Haute. That has been now listed as a severe thunderstorm warning. So yet again, another good sign. These are the small signs we're looking for. One will be a decrease in number of warnings that we see. Two would be transitioning from tornado warnings to severe thunderstorm warnings, and then eventually seeing them go away. So that's the general trend. The tornado watch for our area, I believe, has just been issued, and your alarms should be going off.
So your NOAA weather radios will start to go off. This will not activate the wireless emergency alerts, the government alerts. This will activate the Wave Weather app, though, if you have your severe weather alerts on. And it should activate our severe weather ticker on the television side of things as well.
Yeah, it's going to include all of southern Indiana, much of central Kentucky. The eastern extent will be where the mesoscale discussion was drawn, Frankfort to Campbellsville to Tompkinsville.
So a very large, if not all of wave country is going to be under this tornado watch, it sounds like. It takes a couple of minutes to get that red box to show up on this map. So hang tight. It'll pop up eventually. You start to see it getting filled in now. Looks like that tornado watch goes as far east as Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio. And that'll, again, fill in here over the next couple of minutes to include most of our area, Indianapolis. So we'll get that information here in just a moment. Looks like it is scrolling now on the top of the bottom of the screen on television. And that watch goes until 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning. 10 a.m.
So, yeah, the watch is coming out slowly. That's what a lot of folks are asking about. Angie's saying that watch just got issued. Yes, it did.
There it is.
So, and there you see it starting to fill in there. And we should see another one come out from the Indianapolis office that completes that little hole that's in the middle right where Indy is.
So basically the Storm Prediction Center, they issue the watch for the local offices, and then the map fills in office by office, depending on who covers each particular area.
Yeah, and my phone just went off with the watch, so we've got it until 10 a.m., and that's what we're looking at. So the threat will be there, again, weakening as it approaches, but not completely wound down. So there's a big difference between weakening and completely gone.
And that's what we've been emphasizing with this first round in particular, is it was going to weaken by the time it arrived, but it would still pack a punch, and there would still be that risk for severe storms. And So far, that forecast is holding up quite well.
Yeah, and we're going to stay on just a little longer since everybody's weather radios are going off and they're probably searching for information. We want to make sure we're here able to give that information for folks logging into our stream. We are on Louisville's only 24/7 weather channel. It's Wave Weather Now. We are on all of our social platforms as well. That's not always the case. So if you're watching us on Twitch or you're watching us on Facebook or you're watching us on X or you're watching us on YouTube, just know the better way to watch us, to make sure you know when we're always on, is through our app, because that's what we can control. I can't control Facebook. I can't control the other platforms. You have to talk to Zuckerberg about that one, or Elon about X or whatever. But the fact is, we do control the app, and we can be on there, both the news and the weather app. Scroll down, click Watch Now or Watch Live or whatever it says, and that's where we will be. So, and it's always there. It's not like you click on it and be like, well, they're not there. Persons, well, that doesn't make sense. People, us, may not be there on calm weather day always, but you're going to find weather information that we have put on there for that time period of the day.
And if it is a severe weather situation and we are, maybe taking a break in between streams or things like that, we'll have the severe weather warnings and watches also scrolling on that Wave Weather Now live stream. So you're always informed no matter what, 24/7. We're very proud of our Wave Weather Now, the only 24/7 weather live stream that you're going to find in this city.
We need like moderators, right? I see people saying, oh, we got a troll. Oh, we got a spammer or whatever.
There's
now,
been a couple tonight.
Brian's good at finding those. My eyes are so bad. I think everybody's just being kind. But evidently there's one in here somewhere. We'll find them. We'll sniff them out, ban them for life.
I've had to ban a couple.
Have you?
I have.
I try never to ban anybody.
Well, I put them in timeout.
Okay.
I say, you're done with this stream. We'll let you back in if you decide to behave once the stream is done. It's like kindergarten again.
Yeah, right. Well, it feels like it, doesn't it?
It does.
It's the world we live in.
Lord.
All right. Some folks wanting to know when they can sleep. I can't answer that. That's up to you. The storms, here's one for Radcliffe. The storms won't hit Radcliffe until early morning, like
4 or 5 a.m. for
Yeah.
Radcliffe.
so if you want to get a couple hours.
Yeah. And again,
Well-
we're going to be here. So, just make sure you have a way to get the warnings later on this morning here in a couple of hours. And as soon as you get that warning, just turn on Wave 3 on TV or here on social media or on our live streams, and we'll be tracking those storms for you. So, a lot of people get anxious about severe storms in general, but especially at night. And that's understandable. Nighttime storms are scary. That terrified me as a kid watching you and Belsky do an overnight severe storm.
Well, I'm glad it was the weather and not the presenter.
No. No, it was the weather that scared me when I was a kid. But, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
We're going to be here throughout the night and all day tomorrow to keep you safe.
I'm still standing by the fact that this will be weakening. It's just how fast will it power down? And that's going to be a big question. Mike's asking, are these weather radar satellites in outer space or on the ground? A couple of things to talk about. First of all, we have different tools. The radars are on the ground. They shoot out because the Earth is curved, believe it or not, that the further the beam goes out, the higher it goes. So you can imagine if the Earth is curved and we're shooting the beam out, it goes higher, the greater the distance is. That's the radar. That's what's beneficial in situations like this. I can turn the radar on, and there you see it. It gives us reflectivity. It gives us velocities. It gives us a lot of information. The satellite view that we have, I'll turn on. I'll turn the radar off. That is in space. That's at about 22,000 miles above the Earth. That's looking down on us. There are two types. We have weather satellites that are infrared. They measure the cloud tops or the cloud temperatures. That's how we can get the images at night. Or a better view is the visible satellite imagery, but we have to have daylight for that. So those are some of the tools we use in tracking severe weather.
Let's see. I just saw a good question. There it is. Sarah asks, so why is the watch until 10 a.m. if it's supposed to be over earlier? So a lot of times the Storm Prediction Center, keep in mind, they issue tornado watches for large areas, not just us here in Wave Country. So they have to make that watch a little longer to cover everybody that they issue the watch for. So you notice the tornado watch extends all the way out towards Cincinnati. Well, they have to factor that in. Well, the storms are going to be rolling through Cincinnati, might not be out of Cincinnati until 9 or 10 o'clock. So to make it simple for you guys to understand, they keep the tornado watch for a single expiration time for everybody. So yes, the watch technically goes until 10 o'clock this morning, but we still believe that most of the severe weather threat will be done by 7 a.m., no later than 8 a.m., I would say, for our area in particular.
All right, I'm just going to go back through some of the folks that we've been watching. We kept up with Grant Dade from Cape Girardeau. That purple box is a tornado that's on the ground. It's confirmed. You can see it sort of underneath of the radar there. Listen in to see if they have any damage reports.
Here we go. Again, I got everything.
Yeah, you can
fixed
see
here.
that couplet there.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
looking
good.
for tornadoes, and that's a little questionable. But as we head down the line, I'm not seeing much. I'm seeing still those very gusty winds that you see there that are headed towards the Paducah area, just north of Paducah, basically.
Yeah, just north of
Going
Paducah,
across,
you can see. So
northern Ballard
moving
County.
southern Illinois,
All right, let's pan down
where we're
towards
at.
Boot Hill.
They are
What's
still
going on with
calling
those,
that
storms,
northern storm
because
large and
we've got
extremely
more
dangerous,
tornado warnings
PDS
out.
tornado warning. So
And again,
um,
this was the tornado.
hopefully that
warning
tornado has
for
lifted.
Hill.
Um,
Here's another
Getting tones
storm,
from
and
that's
KFVS.
KFVS. It's
really
not us.
interesting, actually, on the back side, it looks like a new
We have something
circulation
similar to where if we get new
And we just got
alerts,
a severe
a
thunderstorm
tone
being
will
issued
go
by
off.
This storm
So
that popped up, and it's over northwestern Obion County.
tell
and
you what,
northern
look at the
Lake
tower
County.
cam, Kevin.
So, yeah,
Look at the
we're seeing
downtown Skytrack.
possibility of,
Yeah, we've got winds that are kicking up here. We put up our wind gust. You can see
Oh boy,
our SkyTrack camera. Yeah, let me pull up our winds.
it's the strongest winds we've seen so far tonight. That camera in particular.
All right, I'm going to pop the winds up here. You'll see those pop up here. 38 still. Of course, we're looking at the top of the hour. Let me see what the latest OB is.
So a lot of times, some of this information might be just a smidge outdated. When we're talking about wind gusts specifically, it might be 30 minutes or so ago. So Kevin's just calling in the observation site for Louisville. So that's all that is. Nothing to be alarmed about.
And it's clearly not working.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not acting right.
All right, sorry about that. Oops, wrong number. My bad. Didn't mean to die at 2:45. Here comes, yeah, that's not working. All right, let's try another one.
While Kevin checks that out, we'll go back to KFVS.
We see a little bit.
I get the
of
5-minute OBS. Just bear
counterclockwise
with me
movement
here.
Right there, and right here, south of Bragg City, we've got a clockwise circulation.
So again, there's still some
That
areas of
signals
rotation with
signature
this
of a
line of
possible
severe
downburst
storms.
That's going to be occurring near Brackadocia, just to the north of that.
But eventually this is all going
And
to
I think that is,
congeal. Goodness, it's early.
412. That's about
They're going to congeal into a
12.
line of severe storms.
You're going to be seeing some hail and some very
and
high winds.
We're
And
still
possible
expecting them to
tornado
weaken as they
is
continue to
located
push
right
east towards us as the
Now,
morning goes
as
on.
we pan off to the north and east, we get back
We'll
into a
check.
couple of other thunderstorms.
Nothing.
Watch out.
It's like maybe my
Severe
phone is
thunderstorm
fried.
warning
It's
just
not
issued for Lake
loading the
County, Obion
website.
County.
Interesting.
All right, I can pull
Here's
it up
our
on the.
possible tornado
It's hard
there.
because I have my
Average
computer
area,
set up here how I want it, and I don't want to move my.
Right.
It had weakened as well.
Let's see. So it sounds like everybody's weather radios went off. Radio still has the heart rate way up. That's understandable. But you know what? They're loud for a reason. They're loud to wake you guys up on nights like this.
Based on where the updraft of the storm is. So let's expand
see
things
here.
out again, and I'm going to pan.
Out of our area, we'll mention it. Bill's asking about northern Kentucky. That's going to be later in the morning compared to most of us that are in wave country. So I'd say 7, 8 o'clock for northern Kentucky. That's when those storms would likely get closer to those areas.
No, not extreme northern, just Massac County, extreme northern Bracken
We're
County,
trying to
extreme northern Ballard County,
get our
Southern
sister
Polk
station in
County, which is
Evansville
tornado warning.
show
Again,
their
when I
coverage,
look
but
at it, I'm
it
not
looks like
seeing
it's
an awful
locked up
lot of
on
shear
us.
at the surface. And again,
So we'll get
there
that
could
adjusted.
be,
We're still
right
watching
over
our
this,
friends
a little
KFVS,
higher up.
the
Matter of fact,
station in Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
I'm going to keep the radar image right there. I'm going to come over here to the
See numerous tornado warnings
and I
just
wanna
north
see
of
if we're
Paducah.
seeing,
Again, if you know anybody in far western
location
Kentucky,
higher
Paducah,
up,
Mayfield,
if you will,
Fulton,
right there on that storm, 'cause I'm not
might
seeing
want to
it
text
below
them or
level,
give them a call. Just make
but
sure
I
they know
am
what's
seeing
going
an area
on.
that would be
They might get upset if you wake them up, but it's all about keeping each other safe. Here we go now back to WFIE in Evansville.
Of Harrisburg. And we have rain. We have a lot of.
And again, you'll
lightning
notice
off to our
the
west.
sort of
These storms
conditions
are
that he's
so
put
far
on
a
his
lot of energy
polygons.
out
The
of
ones in
atmosphere.
purple,
We have a
meaning
number of
it's a
power
confirmed
outages as
tornado.
you
The
would
ones in
expect,
red, meaning it's a
mainly
tornado
over Wayne
warning.
County right now.
The others are
You've
severe
probably seen
thunderstorm
over
warnings.
Gallup
Tracking
County.
those
Go ahead,
storms as they
Michael.
approach the
Yeah, so
Evansville
we're
area,
getting,
moving across
reports from our
southern Illinois.
producer, Spencer, he's saying 2,000 people or a little over 2,000 people are without power in Wayne County. Pea-sized hail is being reported in Fairfield. And again, that's associated with this thunderstorm that is moving in. It's got a tornado warning on it. It's moving through Wayne County, Edwards County, Wabash County. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see maybe that tornado warning extend up into Richland and Lawrence County, or at least that tornado possible tag for that severe thunderstorm warning. So here's what it looks like on reflectivity. You can see it is pretty intense. Reports of pea-sized hail in and around the Fairfield area. Not seeing as much of that clear rotational hook on reflectivity.
So again, this
as
is
I
out of
mentioned just a few
Evansville,
moments
Channel
ago, but let me
14.
go
That's
ahead and
WFIE.
check out our,
Watching those folks track
velocity,
storms not too
let me see
far
what we
from
can
where they
see
are
here.
moving
That
toward the
storm
Evansville
cover,
area. So
hopefully,
they're giving everybody
it's
that
continuing to
heads up.
weaken a little
I'll
bit.
tell you
I do
what,
see
we're going to
broad
do is we're going to take a quick break. We're not finished with our coverage. We're going to stay on with you for just a little while longer, but I want to reset a couple of things here, kind of take a look offline at what's happening. And then when we come back, we'll dive in more to our sister stations and talk more about what to expect here at home as we launch into this alert day on this Saturday. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back with you, everybody. Kevin Harned, Carson Meredith here. We've reset some computers here. You can see the storms approaching western parts of Indiana. Still no storms in the 34 counties that we serve. We're coming up on 3 a.m. We've been tracking these storms all night across all of Missouri, all of Illinois, all of, well, parts of Arkansas that have been hit, and even to the south. These are the tornado warnings that we have in place, just now butting up against the Indiana border. Let me zoom this out. Do we have any warnings in Indiana? No tornado warnings in Indiana at this point. Severe thunderstorm warnings as you work your way off to the north and west of Indianapolis, up near Union. And these warnings are getting, so close, not far from Terre Haute, with a tornado warning that could clip the southern side there as it approaches I-70. And then we see others down near Fairfield as we continue to scan this line. And then we get into the ones farther to the south that have been packing a punch across southern parts of Illinois, moving into West Kentucky, not far from Paducah.
So I think we're looking at two specific parts of this line to potentially cause issues here in our area. One of which is this batch of tornado warnings you see near Paducah, southern Illinois, right over Paducah, basically, down into the boot heel of Missouri. That particular portion of the line will likely move into most of our western counties in the next hour or two. Kevin's circling it right there. The second portion, and I'll explain my rationale here in a second, but the second portion would be this northern part of the line, north of Interstate 64. This portion might clip, let's say, Lawrence, Jackson, Du Bois counties by 4 a.m. So because, and the reason I say two different parts, because if you look near Evansville or just west of Evansville, it's just rain largely, rain and thunderstorms. So there might be two separate components of this line that we're going to have to track as we go through this morning. Just kind of doing some nowcasting radar analysis on the fly here.
And that's what this is all about at this point, is nowcasting and watching these storms, checking the meso analysis data that we have to see what is moving into favorable environments and how fast is the environment sort of collapsing. Will it run out of steam before it reaches us? And we've said all along, it should be in its weakening phase as it moves in. Now, again, west of I-65, we always thought would have a chance. It takes a little while to sort of pipe this down. It's a big engine, if you can imagine, with a lot of energy, and it doesn't just turn on and off like a light switch. It sort of has to power down, and that's what we're noticing, is that will this power down by the time it reaches us? I think the answer is still yes. But if you're west of I-65, it still bodes watching closely, because you're still in that powering down area or phase, so to speak.
It's looking a little more jagged, for lack of a better term, the line of storms is. And what that means is, well, it means a couple of things. One, we're slowly, as Kevin talked about, we're slowly shifting away from the supercell threat. And we're seeing this line of severe storms kind of become a solid line of storms. And that could also mean that we're starting to see this line of storms slowly, emphasize slowly, weaken as it moves into a less favorable environment for severe storms. But we still got the tornado warnings in place. Looks like a new tornado warning out near Mayfield for that storm coming out of the Boot Heel of Missouri. So if you know anybody west of Mayfield, might want to give those folks a call. Close to Fancy Farm. An area that is all too familiar with severe weather, as we all know from what happened back in 2021. That's a decent looking storm right over Hickman and New Madrid, Missouri. So we'll keep an eye on that one for our friends in Western Kentucky as the night moves on.
Let me renew this. Hang on. Just doing some computer maintenance here.
Some of the computers, if you're on them too long, they want to log you out. So we have to make sure they don't log us out.
We're getting to where we can see some of the velocities as well, and we'll be taking a closer view of those. While we're doing that, I do want to show some of what's been going on across the area. So I'm going to punch up FIE again here.
I'll talk about this northern end threat here up towards Wayne.
And again, out of Evansville, you're watching Channel 14 as they track tornadoes in their viewing area.
We'll go back over to Jeff.
Okay, yeah, we'll get back to that in a minute. We just
Well, he's got a
new,
loud alarm, doesn't he?
tornado warning.
I'd be like, oh my goodness.
That scare us to death.
Whoa, Jeff.
Man.
So all of Gallatin County,
looks like they
now
are
east
extending
north of
that warning
Shawneetown.
from
It
that,
does include Point Township here in Posey County,
storm.
and then southeastern White County. So all the way down here to 141 Epworth, all the way down to Harold, and then right along there, all this in the path of that storm. Let me show you.
This is still a concerning
why
storm
this
that Jeff
a,
is looking at. The Weather
confirmed
Service in
tornado.
Paducah
And
still
do that,
calling
we're
this a
gonna have
large
to move the radar
tornado
just a
that is
little
on the
bit to
ground.
give you a better picture of it. And while I'm
This is
doing
in
that, let me
eastern
give you the
Illinois,
information on the warning itself.
moving close to where Illinois, Indiana, and
just a
Kentucky
couple
all
minutes
come
ago,
together.
A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Equality or near Harrisburg, near moving northeast at 60. So we mentioned Equality there just a couple of minutes ago, and to give you a kind of a landmark here.
Bear with us.
There
We're
it is.
kind of looking
Okay.
at various
So-
sources behind the scenes, in
Correct.
addition
So this is
to
what we're
showing you live
talking
coverage
about
from our sister
right
stations
in
too.
here, that circulation. And as we track from
So the
that
timing
to
is still
northeast, and
largely
even
on
though the
track.
city of Mount Vernon
Perhaps
is
might
not
be an
in
hour or
this,
so behind, but
polygon
that's not
just
to-
yet, I'd
not a
go ahead and
surprise.
shelter, in
They've
that
had moderate damage
now.
through the
It's
south end of the
postponed
city of
to
Perryville.
institutional kind of
Some
thing.
uprooted trees. Again,
Be
we're looking
ready,
out toward
right now.
Paducah.
This is the time
Is
to
that
start
Perryville,
moving,
Missouri, or
if
Illinois?
you're
Missouri.
aware of that
Yeah, they
tornado
were
warning,
hit by a large
was
tornado
issued
in
for
2017, if I
a
recall.
confirmed tornado near
So hate to hear
Equality,
that.
And that would be moving to the north. These are some cities and towns in the path, including New Haven. and
Uprooted
Route
trees,
12.
siding,
We have
debris,
Mount
tin,
Vernon, showing
damage
up
to
there at
buildings.
224, which is still
Still
about
a volatile
24
setup.
minutes.
They're
So if
talking
you
for
have to
west.
move people or things,
And
you've
keep
got
in
some
mind,
time, but not
you know,
much.
it's the middle of the
This is
night. It's
fast
3 o'clock in the morning here in
storm,
our
as
area,
all
2
are
o'clock out to our
seething.
west.
The
So
hook on this now
it's
starting
difficult to get
come
damage
around here
reports
and
at this
show a bit
hour.
more prominently. And
So
that's
it
one
may
thing, you know, one of
be
the things that we look at
a little while
in these
before we get
storms.
those
So
more
if you're in
substantial
Point
damage
Township
reports
right now, if you're in New
until
Haven,
really the first light
or
of day.
Shawneetown, all the way up
Tracking
here.
here, what we have going on would be severe thunderstorm warning that's just coming out for the northern suburbs of Indianapolis.
60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the main concern with that portion of the line. See if we can get a few more questions in.
And that one has
Excuse me. Mandy says, is the reason E-Town not in the tornado watch? Well, actually, E-Town is in the tornado watch, Mandy. It does include basically all of our area. So the tornado watch does include E-Town.
We just had this report coming in. This is not associated with a thunderstorm, but we do have some wind damage. This is our first damage report coming in, and this is for wind. Let's see if we can plot this for you here. Yep.
Okay.
So this is going to be in Meade County, and what I'll do is I'll just zoom into that, and I'm going to query it so you can see what it is, and you'll read what I'm reading here. And this is going to say, it's a couple of trees that were blown down across Riverview Road near the intersection with Concordia Road.
And again, this is because of gradient wind or just plain wind, for lack of a better term. So even well ahead of the line of storms that's going to be rolling in here shortly. Let's see. Okay, Mandy had a typo. I see. Instead of not, she said now. Is the reason E-Town is now in a tornado watch because it's not falling apart fast enough? Not necessarily. It's mainly because there's still that risk for these storms to hold their strength a little while. Again, Kevin talking about it a few minutes ago, it comes down to how quickly do these storms wind themselves down. If they don't wind themselves down quickly enough, we're going to have some problems, especially west of I-65. If they wind down quickly here in the next couple of hours, we won't have as many issues. And that's very hard to nail down. It's now casting. It means we're looking at the radar live and assessing how the situation is playing out live. Really, at this point of a severe weather event, the models are kind of useless. You know, in the middle of a severe weather situation, you're just looking at the radar and seeing the trends. Is it strengthening? Is it weakening? Is it holding on? And that's why we're still on here. We've been on since about 1:30 this morning, watching these storms roll through to our west.
A question here, is this a PDS tornado watch for us? And Ashley's asking that question. And the answer is no, it's not, that I can see.
PDS, particularly dangerous situation, like Kevin said, those are pretty rare. There is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch to our west. Not here, though. Not here. And that watch still goes until 10 a.m. Good chance it gets dropped before that point.
You notice our winds are gusting to 41 miles an hour right now in Louisville without any thunderstorms nearby.
And that's why the wind advisory continues until 8 o'clock tonight. I guess we can say tonight now that it is solidly Saturday morning. So until 8 o'clock tonight, that wind advisory continues for those wind gusts upwards of 40, possibly 45 or 50 miles an hour.
We've got Terre Haute now under a tornado warning as that storm crosses out of Illinois and into western Indiana. That would be one tornado warning in Indiana. And I'm just going to take the radar off temporarily here so we can take a look. That's one tornado warning, additional tornado warnings southwest Indiana, and a couple down toward far western Kentucky. Those are the warnings that we have lined up. But again, the count of those, remember earlier we counted upwards of 9 to as many as 12 at one time tornado warnings that were just in the scope of the radar that we were looking at. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the numbers are coming down, 7 if you count the one in northern parts of Mississippi. So the numbers are easing, but the greatest concentration is along that line, and that is still concerning. I mean, we are still watching. And the area of most concern or first concern will be here. And here's why that's the case, is because we're looking at a time gap, right? The most concerning is what's closest to us. what in space would get here first, because we know the farther out we can drag this, the less the energy will be available. So if you were way over here, by the time it reaches Lebanon, well, that's a long ways away.
Yeah.
By then, you're almost guaranteed to run out of juice. The juice may not run out in the far northern and western parts of our viewing area. So that's what we have to keep watching. That's what we're now casting for when we're looking at some of the mesoscale data.
While we're still keeping an eye on this, Andrea has a good question. Besides wind damage, are we looking at a flash flooding potential or power outage issues throughout Louisville and the rest of the area? For this particular first round that's moving in now, not really. We're not looking at a huge flash flooding risk because these storms are moving at a pretty good speed, upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's how fast these storms are moving. You're not going to get flash flooding in a situation like that where the storms are moving along quickly. Having said that, there could be some power outages. I don't think we're talking widespread power issues, but if we get a severe storm that rolls through, knocks down a couple of tree limbs or trees, that could cause a few power outages. So the power outage risk is fairly low, but I do think a few sporadic outages are possible. The flooding concern will come into play with the second round of storms this afternoon and this evening. And even then, that risk is fairly low. Kevin's getting another one of our sister stations live stream set up.
We'll see if they come on with it. That's going to be Memphis if they jump in. Right now, we're watching something out of Charlotte. So we'll see if they come back around. They may or may not.
Again, we've been jumping into severe weather coverage from our sister stations across Gray Media out to our west. We are currently watching, or we are watching behind the scenes. Kevin will pop it up here. This is once again WFIE television in Evansville. Let's listen in.
Gallatin County. Good signature there, Jeff.
Yeah, it is. And that's, of course, what we've been looking at. Thanks, Byron, for the update. We've got that thing coming together in Gallatin that's going to spill over into, as Byron just said, Point Township. And
again, you've got Jeff Lyons and Byron Douglas working out of Evansville. There are colleagues and sister station, WFIE. It's the NBC station out there and part of our Gray Media family. Watching that tornado that is confirmed, either on the ground, most likely, certainly radar confirmed when you can see that debris.
All the way down the line. Because we have a lot more.
Jennifer's asking, will we be on the air on TV this morning? Certainly with any warnings that get issued and on our newscast. We've got newscast through much of the morning this morning. We're on from 5 until 7 and then 8 until 9.
8 to 10.
Oh, 8 to 10.
8 to
Yes,
10,
we're on an
yeah.
extra hour this morning.
So we're on quite a bit this morning for our regular newscast. Obviously, if the weather dictates, we will come on the air before 5 o'clock, but our newscast will begin at 5 a.m. We'll take a break from 7 to 8 for the Today Show on NBC, and then we'll be back on for more newscasts from 8 to 10 this morning. And then our next newscast after this morning won't be until 11 o'clock tonight because we have sports on NBC this afternoon. Golf is on this afternoon. So, but again, you know, if we have warnings, be it this morning or this afternoon, we're of course going to jump on the air. So for any golf fans that are up early this morning, we don't want to interrupt golf, but if we have to, we will.
Let's hope this sort of crushes the afternoon round.
Right.
I think that's still possible as we look ahead to the afternoon. I think we're looking at a lot of heavy rain by then.
I agree. The later timing of this first round is really helping us.
And again, I keep going back to the fact that I'm looking at the count. There are several things we're looking at here behind the scenes, but one that you're watching with us is on the screen is the count of tornado warnings. We want to see those continuing to diminish, both in number, but also in sort of the size of that polygon. And so far, we're down to what, 5?
5. And we had as many as a dozen earlier tonight.
And there's one down there. So Mississippi.
That's Supercell in Mississippi still going strong.
It has nothing to stop. Excuse me. Stop it. It's in its own environment.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. When it's untapped in an untapped environment, those supercells are like their own engines in the sense that they just keep on rolling.
That's why we always say if you're chasing storms, you always want to chase the southernmost storm. You know, it's
Right.
always the most visual. Now, tomorrow is not a good chase day, not because of the weather, but because of the location. You get down into the Dixie, it's just tree. You will get killed down there if you don't know what you're doing. It's just the truth.
It's there's a lot of terrain down in Alabama and Mississippi, and it's not like Kansas and Oklahoma where it's just wide open for Lord knows how many miles.
I keep thinking some of our sister stations may be able to take us there and show us some damage, but outside of what we had coming in from St. Louis, which was some intense damage, by the way, and again, a lot of this is because it's 3 a.m. in the morning, 2 a.m. out there. This is Cape Girardeau. Grant Dade is working that storm again. It's one not far from, what is that, New Haven, Illinois.
Yes.
And that is a tornado.
So it's going to be in the far northeastern parts of Gallatin County.
Again, that's their alert tones
This
at
tornado warning
KFVS.
should
That's
be
not
dropped
us.
Now for parts of the east of Harrisburg, as it was.
That's still an
this
impressive looking
right
storm.
here. That storm has moved out of the area.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can even see the hook on it.
Right.
Tornado warning there. Now the severe thunderstorm warning that is replaced.
Oh, get that.
There we go. We'll pop it back up for you.
Sorry about that.
It's
There we
starting
go.
to arc out. We're seeing that bow from Glendale down to Joppa. So I'm pretty
It looks like the
sure
Weather
we're
Service in
seeing
Paducah is starting to go
very
with severe
strong
thunderstorm
gusty
warnings
winds
for
with
parts of that line.
Right.
Get an
Again,
idea of
and Grant just pointed out, bowing out a little more than showing that tight spin. And then the rotation, you can see he's looking at that. He calls it tornado detection, but he's looking at the velocity. And it's less. There's less there. So as these storms continue to show less rotation, again, they're moving out of the environment that's most favorable for the tornadic part of this. So that's good news.
30-mile-per-hour wind when in reality.
So we're still watching these storms. They continue to make their way closer to our area.
Is everybody having fun? Everybody's losing sleep? You're like, well, what else we got to do? Let's just go to the fridge and grab a soda, some popcorn, watch Kevin and Carson. This will be a fun night for us. Maybe they'll want us to do this every Saturday morning.
I don't know. I don't
People
know
just
if
getting in from being out and about. They're like, well, I have nothing else to do. Let's just watch these clowns. I'm talking about Grant, not us.
Oh, well, you tell Grant that you said that. I'm staying out of that.
Yeah, I would never. I was just on a call with Grant this week, and yeah, we were solving the world's problems.
We got a great group of meteorologists that surround us here in Gray Media. So he's been working his tail off all night.
Oh, I tell you,
he's been on for hours.
It's tough. And Steve Templeton out of St. Louis, and Jeff Lyons and Byron Douglas out of Evansville. We had Ron going strong down in Memphis.
Ryan and Jonesboro.
Oh yeah, Ryan Vaughn and Jonesboro for on forever. They've all gone off the air with the exception of FIE, which is Evansville.
At the moment, we are still looking.
I'm just listening in.
Pretty, honestly, pretty quiet in the chat as of right now.
That's a good thing. If there's nothing coming into the Weather Service chat, but again, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock out there. So it's hard to get damage reports at this time of night. It really is.
Nope. That was
See if we have any.
So it's not a debris signature, but we do have rotation right here.
A lot of folks, Kevin, were listening to the Kentucky basketball postgame show this morning and have decided to tune into us now that postgame show is over.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll welcome in. We may not be as exciting as a sports program, but we are watching tornado warnings to our west. We're going to get, and we will reset. I know there are a lot more people in here. The number has just continued to climb.
Yeah.
So let me just, and we'll do that now. Why don't we? Let me get Grant off of here and let's come back to us. We are watching what's happening to our west. That was our sister station, KFVS out of Cape Girardeau. We're watching these warnings, and we've said all along that we would expect that as they get closer to us, they would begin to weaken. That is still the case. Now, the caveat with that is begin to weaken and be totally dissipated and gone are two different things. So west of I-65 still holds a severe chance. And that's what we will, that's why we're up all night. That's why we have staffing that's going to be here through tomorrow morning. It's why there's a tornado watch in place. Okay. So while the storms will weaken every mile that they move east, they may not completely be fizzled out west of I-65. And it deserves our attention. So let's jump into some of the maps here, and we'll talk about what's happening. I'm going to start with just looking in general at our greater threats. All right. Well, bear with me as I call up some of our graphics here. We have had the alert day in place for a week now. You pulled it last Saturday and said, hey, we've got enough confidence in this. We've been talking about it long enough. It looks like a strong wind potential, and then it became a severe potential. So we knew the wind was going to be rough because we had this bomb cyclone that was going to really drop in pressure. A bomb cyclone is a cyclone or an area of low pressure that drops 24 millibars within 24 hours. And that creates a tight pressure gradient. When we get a tight pressure gradient, we get very strong winds. That's what we're seeing now. Our winds are outside. If I were to walk outside, hold up my anemometer, we've got winds gusting at 41 miles an hour here in Louisville. No storm, by the way. It's caused power outages and damage in parts of Meade County, for goodness sake.
40 miles per hour in general is where most of the gusts have been so far. We've already had trees down in northern Meade County, if I remember correctly. Totally outside of storms. I mean, the closest storms are, 150 miles away from Louisville. So the winds will be an issue all day. Even if you take out the severe storm risk, we're still going to have gusty winds upwards of 40, maybe 45 miles per hour throughout the entire day today and into this evening.
We're looking at our severe weather threats as we roll through the morning hours. And yes, wind tops the list, followed lower by tornadoes and hail. None of those are maxed out. So that just simply means, again, that weakening phase as it moves closer, but wind will be the biggest threat. We're in that slight risk for severe weather. We have the high risk well to our south across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. We have the moderate risk that extends out from that. We have the enhanced risk that comes up into parts of Tennessee, much of Tennessee, and our area in the slight risk. So again, to the point, both this morning and again later this afternoon, the risk level is low. That's just one piece of the puzzle we're looking at. The timing of this early round will take us through about 7 a.m. for our viewing area. The watch goes until 10, but again, the watch covers a much larger area that extends past our viewing area in some cases, okay? So 7, 8, maybe 9 o'clock. We'll just say 7, but it could be 8 o'clock. So we may have to push that end time back just a bit. Again, ways to get the information important. A lot of you have it. The Wave Weather app. Louisville's only 24/7 weather live stream. It's where we're at now. We also broadcast at times on our social platforms, but not all the time because we can't control the social platform. We have the wind advisory that's in place until 8 p.m. on Saturday.
That's the 40 mile per hour wind gust we've been talking about. Could be some isolated 45, maybe 50 mile per hour gust. Here's a look at the latest gusts we have across the board at this hour. 41 miles per hour at Ollie International here in Louisville.
That's a pretty good clip of wind without any storms around.
Yeah, and that's wind advisory criteria is 40 mile per hour gust or greater. Most of us are seeing 25 to 35. Kevin calling up our downtown SkyTrack camera. About 20 minutes ago, this thing was rocking and rolling, even more than it is now. You can still see it's kind of shaking a little bit as these winds continue to ramp up ahead of this first round of storms. And again, this kind of wind is going to be here all day. So if you have anything outside the house that is just loose, like a trash can or patio furniture, if you haven't done so already, it might be a good idea to get that anchored down for the day today.
So some of the other wind gusts around. This is the wider view of the radar. Let me turn off the satellite. I'll turn off the lightning. Obviously, we've got lightning, but you can see with that, as we pause that at the beginning, those are the warnings. Again, now we're down to 3 tornado warnings. Remember the signs we were looking for. As this slowly chugs to power down, we're looking for those tornado warnings to become severe thunderstorm warnings or no warnings at all.
And we're starting to see that.
And part of that is because this system would become more linear, meaning it's going to become a line of storms that moves through with mainly wind, which is why if you go back and listen to what we said, it was the wind that took the top threat or the highest impact
Mm-hmm.
because the wind, not only what we have blowing now, but as these storms move in, would even increase that wind speed in places. So can't rule out, again, west of I-65, a little bit of rotation, but it certainly goes downhill after that. And the threat of severe weather in general will go down after that.
And the longer this line of storms takes to get through here this morning, the more that works in our favor this afternoon.
For the latter part of the day.
For the second round, when it comes to the severe weather risk, there is still going to be heavy rain later on today. There are still going to be a few thunderstorms around. But if this morning round decides to hang out a little bit and just give us some lingering showers and storms, that'll work in our favor. The lingering cloud cover will work in our favor to where hopefully later on this afternoon, we're focused more on just heavy rain and gusty non-thunderstorm winds.
Yeah, a lot of folks are commenting on the wind. Now, this was the radar. Let me put it back into motion so you can see as we loop the radar. It's on a 3-hour loop. So this is where it's going. That's the current view. The current view obviously lines up with the warnings.
Still have that supercell in Mississippi. That's wild. That's been going for 3 hours.
Yeah, it has been. It's been impressive. Haven't heard that it's actually on the ground, though.
Not lately. It was earlier. Let me check that warning. See here. It's not on the ground at this point. It was earlier. I think there's some storms developing to its south, kind of taking away some of its energy.
A couple of things to point out while we're looking at this. I'm going to dial the radar back so you can just see the warnings. We outlined these warnings, and I see one here, so I'm going to zoom into it. And let me just put this on. When we have our warnings that you can see on TV, this is what you see, right? You get the warnings. And you'll notice that one has a black outline to it and the other one does not. So if I take that warning off, notice the difference in the way those two warnings look. Mm-hmm. The top one has a black outline. It's meant to be subtle, but it does have meaning. And the meaning behind it is this one has the threat for considerable damage and a tornado possible. And the one above it also comes with the tornado. Doesn't make any sense. Tornado possible.
In theory.
In theory. What
here.
In the world?
In theory, that black outline
tornado
signifies
possible.
That a tornado is possible. I think what might be happening. Well,
there it is. It updated. I was like, this thing's making me crazy.
It could be something to where the wind gusts might have cause that line to be adjusted. But regardless, in general, if you see a yellow box for a severe thunderstorm warning and you see a black line that outlines that yellow box, that means a tornado is possible as well. And that I would not be surprised to see that this morning. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with those tornado possible tags.
Yeah, so important to watch those boxes. Now, around tornadoes, you see the regular ones, and then there would be a white outline if it was confirmed.
Which we did have earlier tonight. I don't know.
I don't
think we have any now.
Yeah.
Not that one down in Mississippi, so that's good. Looks like we got a new tornado warning for parts of the Evansville metro, parts of Vanderburgh County, maybe that northern part of Vanderburgh, close to it.
Yeah, just the extension there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you know what? That might be the first thing we have to watch for Du Bois County.
Yeah. So it's coming a little closer.
Yep.
Again, this is the area we're watching. So west of 65. That's the zone. And eventually, what we'll do is work our way out of this studio and get into the main studio so we can see what's happening. I think that wind actually jarred our camera.
It did.
I mean,
it did.
That was not where it was aimed.
Mm-mm.
So,
and it takes a lot to get these things moving around. So that means we've got some very stout winds. We're going to get WFIE in Evansville back online. They are obviously watching this.
Yeah, look at the lightning there.
Goodness.
So these are those storms in Evansville.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
It's okay.
There we go. So that's one of their meteorologists
these storms are
from
kind of
FIE
from southwest and northeast here through the next.
Tell you what, there
hours.
might be a lowering there.
Yeah, you can see it for sure. Yeah.
These warnings, but let's go back out to radar. Let's take a general look at what's going on across the tri-state. Again, we have that tornado warning in effect for portions of southeastern White County.
For those
and
just jumping in, we
Posey
are
County,
just
got
analyzing the
extended,
radar
all
here.
the
You're
way
looking
through
at our
Posey
sister
County,
station,
down to
WFIE. This is out of the Evansville area, and we're tracking what's happening there. We clearly have and the new warning coming out.
So this is for northern Vanderburgh County, Posey County, Indiana. If you know anybody in that part of the world, might want to call them, make sure they're awake. North of downtown Evansville, let's be clear about that.
Just now crossing over that county line border
So I'm trying to put this box
White
back.
and Posey County, heading right up into Solitude.
I'm gonna
Parker
take that where you can
Settlement,
see it.
Harmony, Poseyville, even into
So again, this is
Vanderburgh
WFIE
County,
in Evansville.
in that tornado
Watching this tornadic storm moving into the western parts of the Evansville metro. This has been the strongest storm along this line throughout the night, or throughout the last hour or two, I should say. It did have a confirmed, or actually had a particularly dangerous situation tag with it. There was at one point, a large tornado on the ground with this particular cell. It no longer has that, which is good, but it still has pretty solid rotation with it as it moves closer to Evansville.
Good news is when we look at our radar, you can see that the warnings are becoming a little more linear and severe thunderstorm as opposed to the tornado warnings. Those 3 small polygons are the tornado warnings in red. But the good news is, we're seeing less tornado warnings.
Well, here goes one for Paducah, it looks like.
Yep. Same storm, though.
Same storm,
So that's
same
what I'm
storm.
talking about.
Yes,
That's
right,
fine. As long
right.
as it's the same storm. It's if
Right.
we had multiple storms along that line or if new ones started popping, that would be the concerning part.
Right. Just at that box there. So we have, what is it? Still 3 particular tornadic storms at this point. One up near Terre Haute. That's not an issue for us. So we're really down to 2 tornadic storms that we're watching that might cause issues for us here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and that's what we have to watch. For folks that are tuning in, we've got thousands of you on the stream and watching from near and far. We're here to take some of your questions too. Some folks just saying, hey, are you going to go to sleep?
Nope.
Not today. No, probably not today. So appreciate that. We're just like your name. We're just chilling.
That's right. That's all you can do in these kind of days. Just wait and see what happens. These storms move.
Our local channels are not even on with the weather. Well, I'm not sure where you are, but here in Louisville, we don't even have severe weather, and we're on because we're weather geeks like that. We're just watching this. And what else are you going to do at 3:25 in the morning, right?
Just hang out and watch the radar.
Just
right?
chilling. We're just chilling. We appreciate everybody jumping in. And yes, a lot of folks on YouTube, we appreciate those folks chiming in too.
That's
So,
kind of a emerging platform for our live streaming coverage weather-wise.
it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
YouTube TV.
YouTube TV.
Find so much stuff on YouTube.
I have YouTube TV. It's
Yeah.
great. Great tool. Great tool. There's close to 1,700 of you at 3:26 in the morning watching us on all the social platforms. Amazing.
Tim is asking, I got to work in Clarksville here in the next hour. So when would it hit there? Again, Clarksville, we're probably looking between
5 or 6.
5 to 6.
Yeah.
Still a while.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got some time.
You'll be okay heading into work here in the next hour. Once you get to work, that's when most of the storm should arrive in Clarksville.
So if you have the Wave Weather app, you probably just got the push for the tornado watch coming out. The National Weather Service is releasing their suite of products. So they update those when that comes out. So that's what we're seeing there, I'm assuming.
Yes. And if you're watching us on the television side of things later this morning, that information is also scrolling at the bottom of the screen on TV. We are in our overnight programming right now. And since there's no severe weather, there's no reason to be on TV.
What's on overnight? Is it anything?
I don't even
Is it
know.
anything good?
It's quite honestly, it's some random network show. Because I have to see it. I'm here every Saturday morning, so I'm always looking at what's on. They're at some ancient.
I was hopeful
place.
you weren't going to say it was some little cooking show.
No. I love that cooking show. You kidding me?
I do too.
Secrets of Bluegrass Chefs.
You got it.
You can watch every Saturday night at 7.
Well, you know it better than I do.
I
That's
do.
good.
I do. Anyway.
Let's see. When's it supposed to be worse? Here's Lexi saying, when is the storm supposed to be the worst? Well, the worst has already happened.
Mhm.
Now, the fact is, it hasn't been here, still not here. So maybe not for our area, right? The worst will occur as it moves in. And that's taking place close to the viewing area now. But again, the worst for Louisville will likely be around that 5-6 a.m. time frame.
It's going to be this portion from Evansville down to Paducah that we're going to have to watch. I truly believe that's where we're heading. The stuff north of there, that severe thunderstorm warning, I believe west of Bloomington, that might clip Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings counties in Indiana. But for most of us, the focus is going to be what's happening near Evansville, stretching south towards Paducah, it appears. And again, we're down to 3 tornadic storms along this line. We had close to a dozen earlier tonight. So the trends continue to look good, slowly but surely.
Yeah, a lot of folks watching really want to know answers. When will it be in Campbellsburg? We get a lot of specific questions. Hard to pinpoint all of those. It's going to happen southern Indiana first within the next hour or two. So we'll say between 4:30 and 5:30. Then it gets closer to Louisville between 5:30 and 6:30, and then points farther south in there between 7:30 and 8:30. So that's the general timeline. Haley's concerned. A mom of 3 under 5. That's tough on its own. Live in Louisville. What should I expect in the next 4 to 5 hours? When should I leave to go to a safe place? Listen, these storms will likely continue to weaken as they approach Louisville. Can we completely take out the severe chance for Louisville? No. But is it going to be a low chance? Yes. So I think we have some time. I mean, let's see how this trends. Let's give it another couple of hours. And, if you're looking to get a little bit of sleep,
please
go take a nap, set the alarm for 2 hours, wake up, check it, set it for an hour if you want, check it every hour. And you'll see that these will continue to weaken. And if you see that a storm is, approaching, there will be warning. That's the good part. There's going to be warning with these storms. Most likely severe thunderstorm warnings. We're now down to only 2 tornado warnings.
Yep, that northern one is gone. So we've got 1 tornado warning near Evansville.
And the one south. I'm not counting that.
No, that's ignore that stuff in Mississippi. We don't have to worry about that tonight here. We got 2 tornado warnings, 1 near Evansville, 1 near Paducah. That's it. That's the only ones that we're watching at this stage of the game. And we're still seeing that shift away from tornado warnings to more severe thunderstorm warnings. And I really believe, we both really think that that's where this is going to head through the rest of this morning.
Yeah, and really there's lots of gaps. I mean, there are some areas that won't even get the thunderstorm warning. So would not be surprised to see only a rogue warning west of I-65, which is sort of the message all afternoon and evening, and here we are.
We're in a very interesting spot when it comes to this severe weather situation tonight and into the day.
Almost a perfect spot, really.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. In the sense that, okay, this first round's moving in. It's slowly weakening, so our severe weather threat's lower. And then as we get to the second round this afternoon, the better severe weather parameters are well to our south, down across Mississippi and Alabama. Now, we certainly don't wish harm on anybody, but could be a pretty rough day down in Mississippi and Alabama. Up here, our severe weather threat, it's there, but it's not nearly as high as what we're going to see further south later on today. So we're in an interesting spot in the sense that, yeah, the severe threat is there, but it's not looking like an outbreak for us. And we can be very, very thankful for that.
I was looking at some of the...
Well, Bill has a good question.
What's Bill asking?
With these awesome late nights, do we get pizza delivered?
Well, it would be nice.
It would be nice.
I mean, on
wouldn't
a
it?
Saturday morning.
Is there a 24/7 pizza?
Oh,
place?
yeah, I'm sure there is.
We'll have to find one next time.
Yeah. Management, if you're listening, we're hungry. Please.
That sounds really good.
DoorDash, we could
Oh, yeah.
get something.
Just get somebody to drop off some pizza to TV station at 4 o'clock in the morning, right?
Right? Sounds perfect to me. I'm looking at some of the stuff out of McCracken County, Kentucky. There's power out on Highway 60. That's in front of the mall in Paducah. Debris is on the roadway. Heavy winds there. Trees are down in parts of southern Illinois. Power transformers blowing in Carlisle County.
And that is a tornado warning down there. So.
And these are all real-time reports.
Right.
We did have some large hail in southern Illinois with that storm. Paducah police reporting that power is out near the Ballard-McCracken County line.
That's not surprising.
There was a tree over a road. First responders over into parts of Fulton County.
This is, excuse me, this is far western Kentucky.
Far western Kentucky.
Let me we'll chime into KFVS.
Okay.
So they're tracking that particular storm.
Looks like from Evansville, Indiana.
I think Grant's voice is going
Yeah,
out.
it sounds like it.
So again, we've got a possible tornado right there moving into Graves County as we speak. So I'm just going to leave it on the storm relative velocity.
So this is moving into Graves County. This is very close to Mayfield and Fancy Farm,
Again, I'm
where they do the big
having a hard time
political
seeing
event every August.
actually on
Oh, you had to go to politics on us.
No. That's all I'm ever going to do. Just give you a frame of reference. I stay out of that
It
mess.
doesn't look
Lord.
all that impressive. And I'll show you what I mean. You see how we've got this spin right here. Let's
But this
take
is the
source
storm that
back
Kevin was
to
listing
the,
off those damage
reflectivity.
reports.
And when
This
we
is
do
the storm
that,
that's likely caused it.
do we have any
Again, that tone's not for us,
what
so
we
we're
would
good.
call that contamination?
While we're
And
watching
there's-
Grant, let's see if we have any
we've
more
got an outflow
comments or
boundary. We have an
questions.
outflow boundary. So if that continues to go off to the south
Let's
and east,
see.
that will actually choke off the updraft right here. And that
Really
will help
concerned about
the south
Alabama
end.
later today. Got
So
family
this is gonna
down
be
there.
headed
Yeah,
towards
make
the
sure they're
farm,
aware. It
moving
could be a
into
very
Graves
rough
County as we
day
speak. So
down
again,
in
both
Mississippi and
contains
Alabama.
farm.
For anybody that's on my
If you haven't
Facebook
seen
page
tornado
that still
moving through
follows
your
me
area
from
right
my
now,
time in
you wanna
Huntsville,
be, in your
please pay
safe
attention
spot,
to your
which
local
would be,
stations
of
today.
course, a basement when you have it.
We recommend
You don't have
WAFF.
it,
That's
or
our
you get on
sister
that
station
lowest
in
level of your
Huntsville.
home,
Brad
with as
Travis
many
and company
walls
down
between
there.
you and the outside as
WBRC
possible.
in
With
Birmingham.
that, my
They'll
friends,
be
is
on
a
the air
good
today
sign.
as
Seeing an
that
outflow
situation
boundary tells
unfolds.
me
So
this
keep
storm
that in
is
mind.
becoming what we call
Yeah. And they're going to be busy. I mean,
They're
all of
very
our
busy.
stations, we have a lot of stations in the
Mhm.
southeast,
Yes, we do.
and they will all be busy.
Very much so.
Again, this is Grant Dade. He's talking to you from Cape Girardeau. We've had our sister stations from Jonesboro with Ryan Vaughn, St. Louis with Kristen Cornett and Steve Templeton. We were tuned in to Evansville with Jeff Lyons.
Jeff is in Poplar Bluff right now. Okay, so wow, let's take a look because I'm interested to see. Yeah, let's toss things over to Jeff real quick. Jeff, I'd be interested in what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, come on, Jeff, show us.
Okay, Grant, how's it going? It's we are live here in Poplar Bluff. We're at the Black River Coliseum. We just got here, Grant, so we haven't been able to see a whole lot. Plus, it's dark. But we know that the Black River Coliseum has become a bit of a shelter for folks in the area who've been affected by these storms that you've been telling us about tonight. Robbie Myers is the Emergency Management Director for Butler County. Robbie, thanks for taking some time for us. And I know you guys
This
are
is
busy.
Butler County, Missouri, by the way.
You guys had a busy night. What's the latest?
Just the latest. We're trying to go see what we have. At this point, we now have 3 confirmed fatalities. One with mobile home park, and we're still doing some search and rescue there. And then 2 others at separate parts of the county. So this was widespread in the different areas it hit. But the one mobile home park was the most casualties, and the people are injured.
I'm very sorry to hear that. So what's your message now for the folks in this area? Is there anything that people need to do?
At this point, just get up and assess your own damage, and we'll work with you on that. But some of your neighbors are going to need a lot of help. And so we will be here at the Coliseum. We'll probably be collecting some different goods. We'll be helping clean up, working with some nonprofit groups to help clean up trees and other debris that's in private property. Our county and city and state workers will clean up the county and city and county roads. But private property gets a little bit harder for government to get on. So we got good partners coming in to help us with that, and volunteers locally. And so we always know that people in Southeast Missouri and throughout the heartland respond whenever the need is there. And unfortunately, the need is here in Butler County right now.
If people wanted to help out, what are some of the things that you need, and do you want them to bring them here to the Coliseum?
Right now, we're going to make a list of that to figure out exactly what we need, and we'll be posting that. But those type of things we'll be asking them to bring here to the Coliseum. We're not quite ready to figure out exactly what that list. We're seeing what as the people come in. We're expecting we'll have about 13 here coming in the next hour or two, and that number may increase. And so then we will be helping anyone in not just Butler County, anyone in the region that needed to be here until they can be placed elsewhere.
Gotcha. I know you're busy. I have
Wow.
one more question.
That's tough to hear. So out of Butler County and in that area, that's the emergency manager speaking to our sister station, KFVS out of Cape Girardeau, saying there has been 3 fatalities just in that area, at least one out of a mobile home park there. And boy, that's the thing you fear when you have situations like this during the overnight hours, because you have to have a way to get the warnings, something to wake you up, and you have to get out of the mobile homes if you are in a risk like we were in across Missouri today. Now, we're not saying that here in Louisville because our risk level is much lower. We're in that slight risk. But boy, if you're ever in an enhanced risk or a high risk or a moderate risk, it's always wise to have a backup plan to get out of the mobile home.
Again, that was from our sister station, KFVS. 3 confirmed fatalities in Butler County, Missouri tonight. That is in the boot heel of Missouri, southeast Missouri, just west of Paducah. Hate to hear that, especially, I mean, that's my biggest fear as a meteorologist is overnight tornadoes.
Well,
For that exact reason, you know?
It's tough.
It's terrible.
And we deal with it all the time, it seems like. But again, all we can do is beat the drum to say, get a NOAA weather radio, put it in your house, plug it in, program it, call us, we'll help you program it, but find a way to get the alert so it will wake you up. And then when you hear that thing go off and it's for your county, just take the time to take shelter. You know, it might take 15 or 20 minutes out of your day, but it could save your life.
15 to 20 minutes
You
is nothing
choose.
if it's life-saving. I mean, that's just, I know we all have busy lives. We're all running nonstop, but
We're not that busy.
well, sometimes. But, you know, it's worth it. If nothing happens, great. Nothing happened. You're good to go. But you just never know if it's going to be your day to be impacted by severe weather or tornadoes. So that's why we issue the alert days. We called it last Saturday afternoon. I was looking over the data and I sent a note to the team. I said, we're going with this because it's going to be an impactful event. And here we are, unfortunately. But again, the tornado threat, while still there, is not as high as it was earlier tonight. We've only got 2 tornado warnings that we're focused on that could potentially impact our western counties. Kevin's getting the radar back up here. But we're seeing a lot more yellow boxes, which means severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't want either yellow or red boxes, but we'll take the yellow boxes over the red boxes. So,
yeah, I'm just looking at a note from the National Weather Service here. We appreciate their partnership. One thing about WAVE, and if you watch us, you'll never hear us bash the Weather Service. We work hand in hand with them, and we appreciate the hard work that they do. We know it's not an easy job, and we don't always agree with them, but that's between us and them. And if we have that, then we call and discuss what we have questions about, and we try to tell them what we think. And you know what, sometimes we come to a mutual agreement to just disagree, and that's okay. That's totally fine. I say that because I'm going to read what they've written. It says, partners, over the last 30 to 60 minutes, discrete cells across western Kentucky and southern Illinois have begun to congeal into more of a broken line, though there are still some embedded supercells within that line, which is why we have the individual tornado warnings. But you can see that line is more broken up. Would expect this trend to continue as the storms begin to outrun the best surface moisture over the next few hours. And keep in mind, it's that surface moisture that is the fuel for these storms. Once it outruns it, gets ahead of it, these storms are like out of gas. They're like, wait a minute, now what? And they have to collapse, okay? Gradually, the primary severe threat will transition to a damaging or straight line wind with embedded spin-up tornadoes with an incredible amount of wind energy that's aloft. It won't take much to get severe gusts down to the surface. We've already seen 40 miles an hour with no storm around. So to get 50, 60 mile per hour winds to the ground, not going to take a whole lot. These thunderstorms, even with heavy rain, will pull down some of those very strong winds. Okay.
Right.
So that's possible. Pressing concern is the tornado warning that's over in Posey County, Indiana. This could make a run at western Du Bois County over the next hour to hour and a half, and that's what we're watching. And all of that is what we've been talking about for the last, how many ever hours?
2
I feel like
hours.
we've been in here all night. Because we have been. We were in here starting at 8.
Yeah,
30.
you and Ryan were on.
And then we did that up until 10 something.
Right.
Then we did the 11 o'clock news. And then we're back in here just around 1:30 this morning. So this is where we're at. It's babysitting the radar. It's still the messaging that we've been putting out all day. These storms will weaken as they approach. It's just how fast that will take place. We said areas west of 65, and the further west you are, the greater the potential was. And that's why Du Bois County is in our target, because of the timing, really. These storms aren't completely have faded away yet, and Du Bois County's next in line. But it doesn't mean they're going to see the warning either.
Yeah, that's the main focus for me at this point, is that cell north of Evansville. It's on a track to clip Du Bois County or possibly go right through it. And there's still that spin up risk, like we talked about. But this is shifting more towards a damaging straight line wind threat more than anything.
Yeah, I want to go to our sister station, Evansville. This is WFIE. We'll listen in briefly. They are tracking the tornado warning that's closest to them. That's the only tornado warning that we have in Indiana. That's the one just to the northwest of Evansville. The other one's over toward Paducah.
Clicking, that's just southwest of Uniontown, 56. So gusts up to 60 are possible within this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's just to the southwest of Evansville. That will likely continue to push east-northeastward through the counties of Henderson, into Webster, even into Evansville. Likely that is going to make its way into our neck of the woods as well. I'm going to go toss things over to Jeff, seeing if he has any more information.
Okay, Michael, we're going to kind of give you the roundup here of everybody now that currently has a warning over the tri-state. And Arden Gregory is with us now, too. We're going to check in with her a little bit later on for power outages and some other information there. So all four in the studio at once. That rarely happens, but that's how serious this situation is.
That is so true. Very rarely do you assemble your whole team, but on nights like tonight, when you have the moderate, enhanced, and risk, it's like, and it's overnight, you say, you know what? Nobody's sleeping tonight. Come on in.
And for those of you that might be wondering, we have a on-call schedule for our team as we go through the rest of the day today. I'll be here at the station all day. If conditions warrant, you'll see other faces that you know on the storm tracking team coming in to help with coverage as well. But again, our threat is lower this morning and this afternoon compared to what we're going to see, or what we've seen to our west tonight and what we'll see to the south later today.
Yeah, and it's already weakening. I mean, it's clear that we are in the weakening phases of this. It's just a matter of how long does this take? And sometimes it takes several hours to weaken completely out. I mean, the atmosphere is always changing. It's not just like a switch that turns on and off. It's not like a complete straight path. There are ebbs and flows in it because we treat the atmosphere like a fluid, and we actually stop it to make calculations. And the fact is, it never stops. So we're always running a step behind. Don't get me wrong. The computer guidance that we have now compared to 20, 30 years ago is night and day. We have a really good handle on what's going to happen, which is why we were able to flag the alert day a week in advance to say, pay attention, we're watching it already.
And sure enough, here we are. We're watching this first round roll through. We'll watch the second round come in this afternoon, but I really think the second round later today is going to be a heavy rain issue more than anything. Maybe a few severe storms.
Michael made a good point.
Well, now you're talking. Look at Just Chillin' jumping in. Did everyone hit like and subscribe? Thank you. Yeah,
please do. Please do.
Listen, and that's another thing. We don't bash the Weather Service, and we don't beg for likes and thumbs ups and all that all the time. So
it's not a competition. competition between us and the Weather Service. That's not how it's supposed to be, you know? It's supposed to be a
They
partnership.
did drop the tornado warning in
And
Mount
so
Vernon
again, like
back
Kevin said a few
to
minutes ago,
Emma,
you're never
Illinois.
going to hear
That's
us bash
encouraging.
the Weather Service because they are phenomenal. I had the privilege when I was in college at Western, working with those folks at the Louisville Weather Service office. Wonderful people.
So that's a
Wonderful
severe
people.
thunderstorm warning, but these generally could be considered high-end.
Everybody's
severe
making me
thunderstorm
hungry.
warnings
They're
where
talking
lined
about
up here. So I'll be
Bojangles.
pushing
They're
out
talking
towards
about
Waverly,
They got
Spinelli's.
They have some good
Sessions,
biscuits at
Chandler,
Bojangles.
Highway
We need
266,
Bojangles here. We don't
US
have.
Highway 60.
do we?
as you
I
work
feel like we
west
used to. I haven't
Henderson
seen one in a
County.
while.
I know.
But I'm most concerned about just those areas
3:47
up in
a.m.
Gibson
thoughts for you
County,
guys.
Princeton.
Yeah,
have in mind. That warning could get extended over. We'll see how it behaves as it pushes east there of the radar in Owensville. But
Tim
Owensville,
cracks me up. I
I
charged all my Skywarn equipment, dusted off my
Byron, that
gear, and realized,
warning
wait
was
a
just
minute,
extended
you are in
here. This
Kentucky.
is a
Severe weather
thunderstorm
purgatory.
warning
Kentucky
until
doesn't have
tornadoes
severe
have,
weather to
meaning a
chase.
tornado
I don't know about that. It may not be easy to chase, but we have it on occasion. But you're right. Sometimes we're under that dreaded dome, right? Yeah. Okay.
So they've extended. They've added, or they. I'm getting sleepy already.
Go ahead. Use your words, Carson.
Use my words. That's what I do for a living, in theory. They are going with a downstream severe thunderstorm warning to replace the tornado warning north of Evansville.
So we'll be down to one.
Correct.
Well, look at that.
We're heading there.
Did we call it or did we not?
Yeah, they're right over the top
Just
of the
saying.
radar now. But anybody,
So
And that butts up right against Du Bois County.
yes, it does.
Okay. Now you'll notice it's outlined in black. What does that mean, everyone that's been watching?
And prepared.
Tornado possible.
Stay
There you
there until we.
And
get
if
to
it's
the
a tornado warning outlined in white,
severe thunderstorm warning,
it
by
means
the way,
confirmed,
that was just
tornado
issued
confirmed,
for
either by
Gibson
radar or by
counties
people.
is
And I don't believe we have any
severe.
more of those.
No,
That one in Paducah's just a radar indicated tornado.
I'll turn Jeff off a minute.
So look, we're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for Du Bois County shortly.
And you know, it could be a tornado warning,
Sure it
just
could.
depending on
Yeah.
if there's rotation.
Right.
But the fact is, the trend is what's important, and that is it's weakening.
Yeah. So we are, for the most part, likely going to have severe thunderstorm warnings.
Especially
With-
west of 65.
Right.
Not
Right.
everywhere.
If we have warnings, right. With perhaps a tornado possible tag, maybe one or two tornado warnings. I think that's where this is heading, mainly west of I-65.
Dylan's saying, I'm seeing 3 warnings left at the moment. I'm probably wrong, but it's 3 different states.
Well, that would be
So-
factoring in Mississippi.
And that's
I
if you
believe.
count the one that's nowhere going to be anywhere close to us. But boy, that dude is still rampaging the South. That's been on the radar and showing
It
great
looks.
signs.
It
for a while.
looks.
That's the meanest storm
it
around. And of
looks
course,
nasty.
it's the one that
Let's pull that.
sorry.
up.
I'm
No,
sitting
you're
here
fine. You're fine.
looking at it, but nobody can see it.
Let's pop that up.
Yeah, I mean that's wicked.
So, sorry, Kevin, I got to talk to my Huntsville folks for a
Please.
second. Franklin County, Alabama, Russellville, Red Bay. Get to your safe place now. Looks like they've gone with a tornado warning for Franklin County, Alabama, Marion County, Alabama, north of Hamilton. That is a wicked supercell that's been going literally since I walked in the office at midnight. That's how long that supercell has been going. So, for my friends down in North Alabama, Franklin County, tornado warning. Get to your safe place.
So there is that one, and then we have the 2 others across West Kentucky and Southwest Indiana.
Yep.
For our area of concern would just be these 2, and they've replaced one with a severe thunderstorm warning that comes up to Du Bois County. So that warning will likely expire on time.
And still watching that one, excuse me, near Paducah. I got a feeling it will likely become a severe thunderstorm warning as well. It is almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Should we check our wind gusts?
Yeah, let's do that. While Kevin gets that map set up, we have 1,800 of you watching us on all of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, you name it. We appreciate all of you burning the late night oil with us, I suppose.
All right. And again, we mentioned the social. The best place to watch us is on our apps. That's the 24/7 streaming channel, Wave Weather Now, 41 mile per hour gust. Some people are saying, wow, we just had a big blast coming in. And it is windy. Everybody's feeling that wind pick up right now. And it's going to be windy throughout the day on Saturday. These winds, while they'll pick up with this line of storms moving in, they're really going to stay on the strong side like they are now for tomorrow.
Right. And that's really the wind advisory goes until 8 o'clock tonight, Saturday. It's that weird time of night where do you say tonight? Do you say today? Anyway, the wind advisory goes until 8 o'clock Saturday evening. And so even if we're not seeing storms, it is still going to be windy today. So that's why the wind advisory is in place. That's why we'll keep the alert day in place until at least 8 o'clock.
What do you notice about this map?
A lot of wind. I mean, 37-mile-an-hour gust near Nashville, 35-mile-an-hour gust near Paducah,
You're getting warmer.
41 near Louisville. Or here. Where are you going here?
It's the strongest wind gust on the map, right here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep. Sure enough.
And that's something.
It is something. We're getting delirious, folks. Can't you tell?
I was just pointing that out.
It's fine.
It is the strongest wind
It
gust
is.
out of all the stations we're measuring here, but not by much. I mean, you get Bowling Green, Nashville, they're at 37, Paducah's 35. Obviously, within the individual thunderstorms, we don't have anemometers measuring that everywhere, but we do see pretty strong winds with no thunderstorms moving into Louisville here.
And now I will say that gust was measured a bit ago. We should get another update here in a couple of minutes, but
yeah, I was trying to look that up. I was having a hard time connecting.
Wonder, I would imagine the ASOS is okay. ASOS is the measuring site that a lot of the numbers you see on our maps, they come from ASOS instruments, ASOS.
So they're asking about thoughts on the Graves and Marshall County tornado warning, and the Weather Service out of Paducah is saying they're still seeing a little notch. They want to keep that warning in place because of the rotation, but it does seem to be trending in a better direction.
I would agree. Just looking at another radar source here behind the scenes, there's still a notch or a place where we could have a tornado, but it is shifting more away from a tornado threat into a damaging straight line wind threat.
The report from Ballard County Emergency Management coming in. This was from Johnson County, Illinois, so just across the border. Tornado touched down just north of Vienna, went across Dutchman Lake Road in 45. Trees were down, power poles snapped in half. Propane tank rolled down the hill, camper flipped over. This is Route 45 and Route 37 that are blocked by trees. So, there is damage, southern Illinois, far west Kentucky, with those storms. Notice again the uptick that's taken place in northern Indiana, where we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that continue to move through South Bend and areas up there.
That looks honestly like windy showers in northern Indiana. I mean, I'm sure there's some lightning, but the rain rates don't look quite as intense north of Indianapolis. Just a wild setup that we've got this morning.
A lot of people on. We have no severe weather in the Louisville area. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning coming up to the viewing area that's nudged up right against Du Bois County. The two tornado warnings we're watching, southwest Indiana, far west Kentucky, have had a history of producing damage. A lot of the tornado warnings that have been out tonight from Missouri. In fact, let me just show you. Well, you know what? We got a lot of stuff we can show. Let me go back. We'll show our storm reports. Here comes the storm reports. Going to see the map fill up. Try to find the tornadoes. They're in there. And that's, that's pretty impressive. Can you see them?
Yeah, I can. Northern Arkansas, southeast Missouri, southern Illinois. That's where really most of the tornadoes have been tonight. Of course, we've got that one supercell that was crossed through Mississippi. It's moving into North Alabama now.
So those are the tornado reports
There you go.
from today, or from whatever you want to call it.
Really?
The last 24 hours. In fact, I'll put on 24. I think it changes it. There we go.
And the SPC tornado risk today was right in that zone from St. Louis down to Memphis, basically. So once again, the unbelievable forecasting abilities that our friends at the Storm Prediction Center have.
These are the wind damage reports I'm going to put on. So that's thunderstorm and non-thunderstorm wind damage. So we did have wind damage. But when we're looking at this, what we're really trying to see is, do we have any wind damage where we have the current storms? It may be a little early to see that, but the bottom line is we don't. There's Michaela asking
Yeah, I
a
was
good
about to-
question.
Yes. What's the difference between the tornado icons you see on the map? So the tornado icon that does not have a cloud with it, that is an actual tornado touchdown. Okay. The one that does have a cloud with it is just a funnel report. So that's the difference there. Funnel cloud versus an actual tornado touchdown.
Yeah. So if we were to talk about that, these would be the tornado touchdowns. These would be the funnel clouds.
There you go. So the ones with the cloud, funnel clouds, the ones without the cloud, tornado, when it comes to those icons. Good question.
Very good. All right. Let's see. What time is it anyway? Almost 4 a.m.
Yep.
And the show's on at 5.
Correct.
So we're going to get off here in just a few minutes. See, let me put the radar back on. Pop that up.
Let's see. Kind of expanded the severe thunderstorm warnings to our west just to include more areas or in and around Evansville.
That's a lot on that map. I'm going to go back. I want to take off the lightning.
The tornado warning down in McCracken and Marshall County, Kentucky is gone. Well, right as I say that, we got a tornado warning that goes up to Du Bois County now. They've gone ahead and extended that tornado warning north of Evansville.
All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do, because if this gets pushed into Du Bois County, we're going to have to jump on the air. So we're going to wind this stream down.
Mhm.
And I tell you, why don't we just leave the radar up? And if we have to go on the air, we'll just change the input. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm going to punch up our radar, and I'll leave that up so
Okay.
we can watch. But in the meantime, we're going to go and get ready for what could be a tornado warning for the western part of the viewing area. We're going to have to go on from the studio so we can be on TV for that.
And again,
You know, we could do it from in here.
well, my concern would be if we're still on the air when our newscast starts at 5 in here. Of course, you know,
Well, we
when it comes
if
from-
there's a tornado warning,
if
we're
it
gonna
shifts,
blow that out.
well, I'm saying if it shifts away from, if tornado warnings expire and we try to get into our regular newscast.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't you go get set up for what you need to do, Carson? Because
Okay.
you've got to get your show set
Yep.
up, and then let's get the studio in order, and then I'll come in there in a second.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'll leave the radar up.
All righty.
All right.
Signing off for now, gang. Kevin will be with you.
Yeah, let me punch us back up here because I got to change that. I'm not Brian Good.
I can do that for you.
Thank you. Let's get ready. I keep trying to do it with this mouse I'm holding in my hand.
They all
Like,
run together.
I can't find the cursor.
Oh, Lord. There you go. All right.
Perfect.
Kevin's got you guys.
All right. Thanks, Carson. Appreciate that. We'll jump in there in a second. Several thousand people on. In fact, we've got thousands of people on our stream. We're watching these storms. We've got the one tornado warning out toward Jasper. And we'll get ready to go on the air if that continues its eastward trek as it moves into northern Du Bois County. Let me pause this and I'll just do a little radar analysis. Looks like we could be seeing some hail not far from Patoka Lake in Patoka. I'm going to look inside this storm. I want to see if we have, well, I mentioned the hail, so let me just put the hail tracker on. There is a little bit showing up. It doesn't look all that big. Of course, we've got very warm temperatures. There is some rotation right there, and you can see that moving not too far from I-69. That's going to be approaching Oakland City. This is just outside of Du Bois County. As you work your way between Montgomery and Oakland City. So between 41 and 69, that is where we have a pretty sharp, and it's bowing out even a little more. So that bodes well for rotation. It's this zone right here that I'm circling. That is the area of most concern at this point. So that's what we're looking at. That's the rotation of what we have. That's looking at the velocity. When we look at the reflectivity, just notice that's where the, again, inflow is located, as well as the lightning, the heaviest lightning right there. All right. So again, this is still a ways away. When we look at how far away it is, it's 25 miles. So it's half hour away from even crossing into, if that were even to clip Du Bois County. It's going to be close. It may go just north of Du Bois County. If we put this into motion, let me take that off. Put this into motion over the last 3 hours. Yeah, it will probably clip the extreme northern part and northwestern part of Du Bois County. When we look at the stats on this, I can show you where this warning is and sort of its forward motion. I'm going to pause the radar. And there is the, it's Gibson, Pike, Vanderburgh, and Warwick counties. This is radar indicated. And that warning goes until 4:30. And right now it's 4:02. So we still have another half hour. And that timing matches up with what we just sort of timed out. So it's moving roughly at about 50 some miles per hour. Let's take a closer view of that. And I'm curious just to see the forward speed on that warning. And it looks like anywhere between 55 and 60 miles per hour. Yeah, just clearing out some of the alerts that are coming in from the surrounding Weather Service offices. So this one, yeah, it's moving northeast at 60, and it's radar indicated. All right, should be getting close to what time is it? 4:05. Winslow would be a good marker. Let me move this radar around here, and there we have it. I'm going to zoom in. You can see some of the area. There's Winslow. So yeah. And then we'll put the velocity on here. Yeah, boy, that's a powerful punch of wind. Even though the velocity may be a little weaker, that is some powerful wind there, huh? So these monitors are so small. It's Francisco, Oakland City, Gleason, and Winslow, Arthur, Inyos Corner. Those are places that should prepare for some very strong wind moving in. This is just outside of Du Bois County in Indiana, and that'll be our first county. That's again, our sister station, WFIE, and Jeff Lyons is tracking that same storm. I'll show you what he's looking at.
And I shouldn't have said anything because I think lightning just hit. Hopefully we're still on. I think we are. Okay. So we will continue and press on here. We have a very strong inflow notch right there. So rotation likely along Interstate 69 between Oakland City and Mackay. And that is the part of the storm that would likely be producing a tornado.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were just pointing out. And not only that, but a very strong, not only the inflow, but the punch of wind that's coming into that same area. It's the same radar that we're looking at here. So I've got our storm, this is our analysis of it, looking at the velocity. And then, of course, we had Jeff Lyons looking at it as well. So this is the one storm that we would have been concerned with for our area. And as I zoom out, you'll notice that is the only tornado warning that we have across the area. A number of other watches and warnings. It looks like they may be going with a severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of that. So we'll watch that. But very strong winds approaching northwest Du Bois and eventually into northern Orange and Lawrence counties.
Side of Gibson County, just south. Oh, it's a confirmed tornado now.
So yeah, this is a confirmed tornado. You're hearing him say it, and I'm reading it too. So this is a confirmed tornado that's moving in. And I see Adam sees that as well. So yeah, you're right. That's the Oakland City one. That's the one we're watching. Let me go back to our radar view here. I can show you better what that looks like. Let me put the radar back on this. Again, confirmed tornado. And this is just outside of our viewing area. There's Du Bois County. It's where we find Jasper. Oakland City. This is where the tornado is located. Confirmed tornado on the ground. That's going to not only move through the Dongola area, but Winslow would be in the path, Campbelltown. All of these places are just west of the viewing area. but folks can watch us anywhere. We're live on the stream. So all across the globe, you can catch this weather information from coming to you from Louisville, Kentucky, but we're watching this powerful storm. Let me put the velocity on so you can see that rotation. And again, you can just see that inflow notch, and you get with it that very strong push of wind. That Boeing area is just a complete push of wind right there moving through Oakland City. There is likely damage going on with that storm. All right. So that is moving to the northeast roughly at 50 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. So if we were to put a track on that, let me zoom this out, and we will put a track on this. And bear with me here. I'm going to make that 60 miles per hour. And if we track the heaviest part of that storm, and we take it on its forward motion, these would be some places to keep in mind. And that's going to be places like Reeve and Barr, Lagudi, Halbert. Those areas between now and about 4:45 would be most in line to see that potential damage if it were to occur, okay? That's what we're watching. We're not the only ones watching it. That storm is moving 60 miles an hour, and you see it has been extended into northern Du Bois County. So we now have the tornado warning for Du Bois County. Our coverage will need to now go on to, hang on one second, from our studio. And you'll see us pop on here in a second. All right, I'm going to put in my IFB so I can hear. And stand by. And bear with us, so we should be going on the air at any moment.
a little bit. So we're going to zoom in on northwestern Orange County, and we'll check the rotation that the Weather Service is keeping an eye on. Nothing screams tornadic at this point. If we have anything, it might be in this particular area, right over French Lick, rather, just south of Highway 150. This is going to be one of those nights where you're not necessarily going to get a ton of lead time on tornado warnings, because we're shifting away from those larger tornadoes that we saw earlier tonight to more of those spin-ups that drop on the ground for a couple of minutes perhaps, then they go right back up into the sky. So be on alert for a quick spin-up tornado. Even if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning this morning, this is one of those nights where it won't take long for a quick tornado to develop. And it looks as though we got some rotation trying to develop right along Highway 150, Kevin. This is in northwestern Orange County between French Lick and Orangeville. That's what the Weather Service is watching closely. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with the tornado warning.
Yeah, we'll see how this unfolds, but you can see it on the velocity there. And as we move this back just a bit, the colors will change as we get to the close-up radar. And again, you can just see that forward push of wind, the possibility of some rotation starting to develop across the area. Northwest Orange County, closely watching that for the spin-up of the tornado. You can see the outline of the county there. Thunderstorm warnings continue to come out for central Indiana. That would be up toward Johnson, Marion, Morgan counties. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue, and a new severe thunderstorm warning replacing the tornado warning. So this one, likewise, the potential for very strong winds moving through. And then we've got a tornado warning that's coming out for Orange County, and you can see that one being drawn in. So that's because of that rotation. The small spin-up tornado from French Lick toward Paoli will move toward Campbellsburg and Plattsburgh as it moves into northern Washington County. That's the latest tornado warning that's being issued at this point. So a very, interesting scenario, because you don't see the couplet as typically defined as sometimes we show, but what you can see is there are the markings of that as this moves through parts of Orange and Washington counties. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It is not confirmed. It is not one that is on the ground, but this storm moving at 70 miles an hour certainly bears watching just within its forward speed of that. That tornado warning remains in place until 5:15. So that is the one and only tornado warning that we have now across the viewing area as it makes its way to the north and east. The tornado warning previously for Daviess County has expired. Continues for far western parts of Lawrence County. So just that one little notch that you see there as it bumps into western Lawrence County, still showing some rotation near Spice Valley. But the latest one is the one we're watching near Paoli. So if you are in Orange County, northwest Orange County, that's French Lick, that's Paoli, that's Orleans. If you're there, you need to be in your tornado safe place. We do see some rotation. A quick spin up tornado is possible in that area. We have nothing confirmed at this point, but we have had damage out of all of these storms, whether that's just with the push of wind that's coming through, and you certainly have strong winds now coming into the Paoli area. And I'm going to ask our producers to make some phone calls to Orange County. Let's see if we can talk to the Sheriff's Department or the emergency management or dispatch to see if there's any damage that's coming in, or if they're getting any phone calls. That's helpful at this time of night for us to know what's happening. The radar shows us what we can look at, but it's not as good as a set of eyes on the ground saying, yes, it's actually happening. So that's the confirmation we're looking for. You can see the push of wind where we have this bowing out is not associated necessarily with a sharp couplet, though we do see a little bit of a notch there. And that's why the Weather Service said, you know what? We know what kind of environment we have. We have strong wind shear. Even though we're slowly moving away from the fuel of these storms, this storm is still capable of rotating. We see it. it's also capable of producing that small spin-up tornado. So that's the reason the warning has been issued. We have had reports from across Du Bois County, and you can see new tornado warning coming out. This one is going to be for Lawrence County, so it's going to continue that warning that was just moving into the western parts of Lawrence County. And that's where I can show you the rotation on that. When we look at the velocity, pay attention, and there you see it right there. It's not as strong as it was, but this storm has had a history of also producing damage. So we've got 2 tornado warnings. Lawrence County, 1. That one's going to clip Bedford. The other one we have is just south of that, across northern Orange County, northern Washington County. Those are the tornado warnings that we have. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings are also important to know because they are producing very strong winds across the area. And with those 70-mile-per-hour winds possible moving in, now across into Kentucky, so comes right up to Breckinridge County. We also have Perry County, Crawford County, all under the severe thunderstorm warning. That one is capable of producing the tornado, and it's also considerable, meaning we have winds that could exceed 60 to 70 miles per hour. It's that Boeing segment, again, goes all the way through there. That's important to know. Back to the tornado warning that we have with the minor rotation, you can see that pushing past Paoli, moving over toward Campbellsburg and eventually into northern parts of Washington County. A number of power outages are being reported out of Du Bois County, Carson.
Thanks, Kevin. Just talking to our producers back in the back. So I've been looking at just doing some radar analysis outside of what you've been tracking over the last few minutes. And this is a solid line now of severe storms. As we expected, congealing into a big line, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. But there's still a tornado threat, not just with what we're tracking in Orange County, Washington County, and Lawrence counties in Indiana, but we do have a new tornado warning in western Kentucky. This is not in our coverage area just yet, but you do see a tornado warning now in place just south of Evansville and Henderson, between Henderson and Madisonville in particular, if you're familiar with that part of western Kentucky. So we are not out of the woods just yet, obviously with the tornado warning for Paoli and just north of Salem, but there is still that threat for additional spin-up tornadoes over the next couple of hours, mainly west of I-65. We still expect these storms to weaken this morning. The question is, how long will it take for these severe storms to eventually weaken? Quick look at some damage reports that we're still getting in, mainly out of Du Bois County and control room. In addition to calling Orange County, let's call Du Bois County as well, see if they're getting any more damage reports that we might not be seeing at the moment. But what I am seeing is a lot of power lines down across Du Bois County. Highway 231 in particular, just north of Jasper. Power lines are blocking Highway 231. And fortunately, that's all the damage they're seeing is power lines down and trees down. No structural damage just yet. But this line of storms, Kevin, it's still holding on. And the question is, how much longer is it going to hold on before it eventually falls apart?
Yeah, and a lot of people further down the line are like, well, what's this mean for us? I didn't think we have much to worry about. So let's take a look at that. We'll go to the home view and point out that, yes, as this line of storms becomes less supercellular and more linear, we're starting to see the push of wind come with it. And that means areas west of I-65 still have the fair chance of seeing some very strong winds. It could even go past I-65 in Indiana and possibly down to the river. But at this point, we'll keep our fingers crossed that the weakening phase will slowly continue as the moisture that's needed for the fuel for these storms is being limited slightly. And that's the good news, is that we can measure that. We see that. So we know it's outrunning its fuel. It's just a matter of how long it takes for these storms to sort of fire down instead of fire up, right? They've been firing up all afternoon. They reached their peak later this evening. And then here they are during the overnight starting to gradually fade as they move away from that moisture source in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. Regardless, we still have enough in the area where these storms currently are to produce those very strong winds. And in some cases, some rotation. So let me go down this line. We'll zoom in and we'll just work our way down from Bedford all the way to Evansville. Noting sometimes that across our viewing area, these storms will arrive. So I'm going to start with our northernmost county. We'll go to the north and west. This is Lawrence County. You can clearly see where we have the rotation showing up, right? You can see the spin and the reflectivity. I can also show you that in terms of the velocity. You're going to notice this is the rotation point right here. That's why we have the tornado warning that includes Bedford, Abaca. This will be lifting to the north and northeast at about 65 to 70 miles an hour. Fast moving, has a history of producing damage. We're going to go back to the reflectivity. So this is the radar view, and we're going to drag the radar down. Let's take it, we'll just pan it down. This is where we were. This is Lawrence County, okay? That's still under the tornado warning. We have another tornado warning, northern parts of Orange County, northern Washington County. It's not in Washington County yet. It will be moving in that direction. This one is not as well defined. So when I put on the velocity, you're going to notice a couple of things. First of all, it's tough to pick out the rotation in this. There's not a couplet that we would typically look. But what we do see is there is a sharp turn in the velocity image. And that's where we have the rotation that would be possible. Okay, so it's north of Paoli and slightly to the east of Paoli. Strong winds coming in with this. Very strong winds on the apex of that bow as it moves to the north and east at 70 miles an hour. The winds with the system have to be as strong as the forward motion. That's just physics. So if the storm is moving at 70 miles an hour, it's going to have winds with it at 70 miles an hour. Winds still in Louisville at 38 at last check. These winds extend all across parts of Orange County, Livonia, Hardensburg, Indiana, right along 150, going to be in for a punch of wind. Salem will likely be in for a punch of wind. The strongest part is going to be just to your north toward Kossuth. So those, again, areas that we're watching. That's the tornado warnings. Equally as important in this case may very well be the severe thunderstorm warning, simply because of the potential wind speed that these thunderstorms can produce. You know, typically we'd be talking 60-mile-an-hour winds. Well, there's a big difference between 60-mile-per-hour winds and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And that's what's possible with the severe thunderstorm warning that you see. New warnings, again, coming out to the south, now including all of Perry County, parts of Breckenridge County, again, because we have that strong push of wind coming in. It's not out of the question to see some damage with these winds as they push in. We've had a number of power outages being reported from across the entire area of Du Bois County, back to the west in southwest Indiana and in southern Illinois and in Missouri, where a number of tornadoes have already touched down earlier this evening or during the overnight hours. Carson, anything new?
I got a report from the Orange County Dispatch, Kevin. Thankfully, no damage reports at this point in Orange County. We still have that tornado warning for the northern half, basically, of Orange County until 5:15, and it is now 5 o'clock on the dot. The only thing we have in Orange County are power outages, and Paoli and French Lick in particular. So again, no damage reports in Orange County at this time, just power outages in Paoli and French Lick. The only damage reports we have in our area so far have been widespread trees and power lines down across Du Bois County. But nonetheless, this line of storms still severe. Severe thunderstorm warnings basically across the entire line for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds potentially. As we pan things down further south, there are additional tornado warnings coming out across western Kentucky. Now, these should continue to weaken as they move east. Having said that, these are what we call tail-end Charlies. These are basically embedded supercells on the southern edge of a line of severe storms. And a lot of times that's when you have the opportunity for additional tornadoes to develop, because those storms are getting all of the inflow from the south, okay? So we'll keep an eye on these tornadic circulations out near Madisonville and Princeton. Those could be problems for, let's say, Breckenridge and Grayson County within the next hour. But Again, the newest information we have, Kevin, no damage reports in Orange County. The only damage we've had so far is trees and power lines down across much of Du Bois County.
And apparently, by looking at the velocity, we are starting to see somewhat of a weakening trend with all of this, which is some good news. Still concerning to see the individual tornado warnings and the pockets of rotation there. But in general, as we go back into a closer view, I'll just show you from what we were looking at to what we're looking at now. Indianapolis just coming in measuring 52 miles an hour, by the way, on the wind speed. What we're looking at in terms of the velocity is showing at least some weakening. And let me just go back to the reflectivity. We'll come back to the scope. Let's go back in here and the scope. And let's look at the velocity on this. And that way I can move it around. So when we're looking at this area here, this is, again, the tornado warning to the north, severe thunderstorm warning to the south. Campbellsburg pushes very strong wind. Wouldn't be surprised to see strong wind in Salem, Bexmill, Rosebud, Oregon Springs, right along 150. Southeast probably seeing some of those strong winds too. Power is possibly going to go out for some of these folks in Washington County. This is still a strong wind, even though it is somewhat weaker than it was back to the west. New severe thunderstorm warnings continue to come out, and you can see that. Let's go to it. This is going to take it just north of Louisville, across parts of Scott County, northern Clark County, and you can see that that continues even into far western parts of Jefferson County, Indiana. That is the latest severe thunderstorm warning that's being issued for possibly 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those have been observed because we've measured those winds in a number of places, really. So Clark, Crawford, Harrison, Jefferson, and Orange, severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the outline in black. That just means tornado possible with that. That's because we have had some rotation within those embedded thunderstorms. So weather radios going off for severe thunderstorm warnings. We are tracking the potential for a few tornado warnings embedded as well. But the bulk of those, again, have shown signs of some rotation, but more importantly, very strong winds across large swaths of areas of a particular county, leading to downed trees, in particular, across Du Bois County and areas back into southwest Indiana. Carson?
Another thing to keep in mind, even outside of the severe thunderstorm potential, is going to be the wind. That's the live view from downtown Louisville. We still have another 45 minutes or so before these storms arrive here in the metro. We've seen gusty winds throughout the night, upwards of 40 miles per hour. We had a peak wind gust around 41 miles per hour in Louisville around 3 o'clock this morning. Remember, a wind advisory continues all day today through about 8 o'clock this evening for those non-thunderstorm wind gusts, upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour. So that's something to also keep in mind. Could knock out your power in a few spots even before these severe storms get here. And I will say we do have that new warning for Washington, Scott, Clark, and Jefferson counties in Indiana for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You recall the last hour or so since we've been on the air here on Wave, we had those severe thunderstorm warnings near 70 miles per hour. So we're slowly but surely seeing this line of storms weaken, but it is still going to pack a punch, especially west of I-65. Still getting numerous reports of trees and power lines down really all across Du Bois County, Kevin. That's the main hotspot, if you will, for damage reports so far.
Yeah, and a lot of that damage came from this storm I'm going to zoom into, and this is the storm moving across northern parts of Lawrence County. I'm going to go here and then we'll come back down. This storm is now moving at 75 miles per hour. So it was located just, here's Bedford. The core of that storm was just about 7 miles west of Bedford. Now it looks like it's just north of Bedford. If we look at the reflectivity and now to the velocity on this, we're still seeing some rotation. More importantly, some very powerful wind with this over toward Heltonville. This is moving now north of Bedford, north of US 50. This is producing major wind. Wouldn't be surprised to see power outages with this part of the storm. We have noted that this storm, while it was rotating across Du Bois County, was putting down what appeared to be on radar a tornado. And that's why they tagged it as the observed tornado for Du Bois County. Back to the radar view we go. Heavy rain falling with that, but more importantly, that rotation as it moves to the north and east. That's the tornado warning for parts of northern Lawrence County at this point. To the south, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, and we also still have the tornado warning that moves from Orange County into Washington County, and that will stay in place for just a bit longer. So that warning will expire in about 8 minutes, coming up at just a quarter after the hour. And we look at the velocity for this. Again, noting the very strong wind that's pushing past Campbellsburg. That is intense wind just, well, moving through Haley'sburg, just south of Haley'sburg, approaching the Salem area. That push of wind could exceed 70 miles an hour. That's enough to snap some trees, power lines. It's enough to cause some problems, even without the rotation. All right. So just know that even if you're not in the tornado warning, Salem, for instance, you're not, but you could very well be seeing some of the strongest winds like Haley'sburg, who is in the tornado warning. It's possible because those winds are very strong. Let me recenter the map. These storms are moving so fast that, again, where you see that bowing out segment, we'll push it over toward Gibson, New Philadelphia, over toward Austin and Scottsburg, all in the path of the severe thunderstorm warning where we have the forward motion of that wind moving through. Estimated 60-mile-per-hour winds out of Marion County. That's farther to the north, not too far. Well, in fact, it's in Indianapolis. So 60-mile-per-hour winds in Indianapolis with these storms. I'll take it to the home view just one more time. I like to give an idea of where we are in relation to where the storms are. And of course, Louisville right now, not seeing anything, but the storms are lined up back to the west of us. It's a wall of severe weather, mainly wind, and it is slowly weakening. So we saw a real downturn in the storms before a recent uptick as they start to congeal together. What happens is with these storms, they interact with one another. And as they started to sort of merge together, we started to see a little more rotation show up. It's a little unsettled at this point. So we started to get a few more tornado warnings that were developing along that boundary. We're still seeing the signs that this may sort of stall out and just sort of move a little slower and rain out. Notice the training motion. As we bend this line back, some areas are going to get repetitive amounts of rain over the same area. It's going to create a lot of water in a few places. While this forward part continues to drag on, that will be the push of the wind. So if I were looking at this point, clearly we have a few things to be concerned with. One's going to be the wind coming out of this section of the storm. That's where we have the current warning. That's where we see it on radar. Additionally, as this moves off to the east, it's this area that may get elongated across parts of Kentucky, producing some pretty heavy rain. That would be a possibility as we roll through the early morning hours. Carson?
Report now, first report out of Washington County. Report of transformers on fire with no power in Campbellsburg, Indiana. That's in western Washington County, west of Salem, right where the leading edge of this line of severe storms is rolling through. Again, that's transformers on fire with no power in Campbellsburg. Now, I will say the only damage reports we've had so far this morning are down power lines and down trees. There has been no structural damage at this point, which is good, but keep in mind, it's still the middle of the night. We got another 3 hours or so until that sun comes up. So it might be a little tricky to get more detailed storm reports as we go through the rest of this morning. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning now out for Jackson and Jennings counties in Indiana. And we're still watching these tornadic storms, Kevin, in western Kentucky. They're not looking quite as intense as they were, say, 5 or 10 minutes ago, but there's still an opportunity for some of those storms to rotate south of Evansville. We're showing you those because they could make a run into Breckenridge and Grayson County here over the next hour.
All right, we've got our eyes on that. We're looking at a number of things across the area. The big board shows the warnings that we have, many of those going for another 20 minutes. That includes the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have, the tornado warning, another 5 minutes. That's for Orange and Washington counties. I'll show you what that looks like on the radar. You can see that is to our north. There are 2 tornado warnings we've been watching, northern parts of Lawrence County down into northern Orange and now northern parts of Washington counties. Both areas have had damage, mainly wind damage that have down trees or power lines. We have power that's out in a number of places. Tornado warning continues outside of the viewing area south of Evansville. Almost all of these severe thunderstorm warnings come with the tag that says tornado possible. And that's what we're going to see because of the wind speed potential and the rotation potential. It's still there, even though it's weakening slowly. 70-mile-per-hour winds on these storms will mean business as these storms move ever so close to the population that we have here in Louisville and across southern Indiana. So once these get close to Metro Louisville within the next hour, we're going to be looking at possibly 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds if they hold together, and that could cause some problems. So we're going to be watching that closely. Our thinking is still that as they get closer to this I-65 corridor, they will begin to weaken some. We are showing some minor signs that the weakening process is still occurring, but there are pockets within this zone of severe thunderstorm warnings where that wind speed is still very strong. And consequently, we have the warnings and we have the wording as though it is considerable, tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's what we're looking at this point along this entire line that's now starting to move across southern Indiana and eventually into northern Kentucky. We're still from Louisville, probably close to an hour away. These storms are moving at 70 miles an hour off to the north and northeast. And for us, it's moving. We'll be looking at this area down here moving in our direction, probably still about an hour from the Louisville area. When we zoom in and show the velocity on this, you really get an idea of the strong wind and the wind push that we have. So let me just put on the velocity here. I'll show the base. Let me go back to it. I don't think it liked that. And we go back to the velocity. And again, clicked on the wrong one, sorry. Let me just go back and we're going to look at also, there we go. There we go. And you can see that push. That is where we have some very strong winds coming into southern Indiana, northern Washington County, probably the heart of the wind. New tornado warning coming out.
That's for Jackson County.
And this is going to be just carried over from that northern part of Lawrence County. So this barely clips northern Jackson. Mainly it's Bartholomew, Brown counties. That would be up toward Nashville, Indiana. Again, now radar indicated, losing a little bit, running out of the area of sort of fuel and not as organized. They're moving so fast, they're leaving behind their fuel. So it's like, hey, back there would be my fuel, I'm gone. And these storms are going to start to weaken the faster they move forward. The bad part is the faster they move forward, they still have a strong wind with them because that's the nature of how it works. The forward motion of those storms will push the air, and that air is the wind that will knock down trees and power lines in some cases. So we're back to looking at this strong push of wind near Millport and Salem, Borden, Indiana. That's western Clark County, Scottsburg, Austin, up in Scott County, and Seymour, Crothersville, Freetown, in Jackson County. You're going to notice some strong winds moving in your direction. That's one area of wind concern. Let me go back. I want to put on some of our reports to see if any reports are coming in. When we look at these reports from MPing, these are reports that people like you at home have sent in, and this gives us an idea. It's sometimes tough to get them during the overnight hours because people don't know the damage that's taken place. They're looking out the window like, nope, doesn't look like anything. Let's go back to bed. Or it's like, oh my gosh, sounds like the roof blew off the house. Let's, report it. But you can see there are no wind reports in this view on our IMPing. And some of these are reaching just outside of the viewing area. We go back to our reports to see if we have any from the local storm reports from the Weather Service. And even in that area, you can see some of the downed trees over into Du Bois County. High wind gust, 60 mile per hour, I believe that was in northern parts of Du Bois County. That's all we have at this point in terms of storm reports coming in. I suspect we'll be adding to those in a big way. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue across the area. Tornado warning continues to the north, but the one across northern Washington County has expired. Again, slowly easing these storms down. They'll still pack a punch with some wind, but the tornado threat is slowly diminishing and the wind threat will slowly diminish. That is still taking place across the area. Carson?
I'm becoming a little more concerned about this line stalling out. There hasn't been a lot of eastward progression here over the last 15 or 30 minutes. If it's going to stall out, and control room, let's take max 2 full, please, so I can give folks a clear idea of what I'm a little concerned about is that this line might be stalling out basically along the Ohio River. Now, that could do a couple of things. One, that could increase the risk for heavy rain, perhaps some minor flooding, especially in southern Indiana. And that could also actually work in our favor as the day progresses today. Remember, we're not totally done with severe weather once this first round of severe storms winds down. We still got that risk for more strong storms this afternoon, between 1 o'clock this afternoon and 8 o'clock tonight. So that could, the lingering showers and storms and the cloud cover could help us in limiting that instability, limiting that storm fuel for any potential strong storms later on this afternoon. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that eastward progression of these storms over the next little bit. Right now, the only tornado warning we have is in our far, far northern communities. This is in northern Jackson County. In fact, the Weather Service in Indianapolis has just removed Jackson County from that tornado warning. So at this point, there are no longer tornado warnings anywhere in our region. A couple of new storm reports coming in.
Let me mention this.
Yeah.
We've got out of Bloomington, the wind speed recorded at 64.4 miles per hour. So that was just north of what we're looking at, but that was up in Bloomington. In Washington County, and again, just get your bearings here, Salem, northern Washington County, we had transformers that were on fire and power was out in the city. All right. So that happened just after the 5 o'clock hour, estimated by radar. So within the last 15 minutes. So these storms are packing a punch with strong winds, likely 45 to 65 miles per hour in some instances. It's even higher, like we saw in Bloomington, where it was 64.4 miles per hour. That forward motion of those storms, enough to knock down trees and power lines. Carson, as these storms start to move closer to our viewing area, we should have camera views coming from Corydon, not far from Borden up in Starlight, our western Jefferson County cameras. Let's see if we can be ready to aim our SkyTrack cameras toward these storms moving in. I've also asked the newsroom, I don't know who's here at this time of day, but if we have someone in the storm tracker, we'd love to be able to show these storms as they move closer to southern Indiana and in particular the Louisville area. You're looking at a live view. There are no tornado warnings in our viewing area at this point. The trend of weakening that continues, but the forward push of wind also continues. Another note, the tornado warnings that we had out to the west have expired. The only one we have is to our north, and that one is staying out of the viewing area at this point. That one's moving away from us as it goes north and east. This wall of water and wind will be moving across, slowly weakening as it happens, okay? If you've been watching us through the night, and I know there are thousands of you on our live stream, because we've been on all night long tracking storms from Missouri through Illinois, Arkansas, Western Tennessee, West Kentucky, and now Indiana and Kentucky, Central Kentucky. This is where we are. And what we've said is the number one place that we would be concerned with would be our furthest western counties, Du Bois, Orange, Lawrence, southern Indiana would be first hit, and then these storms would drag across parts of Kentucky. And that's what we're seeing. It's playing out in that fashion. The question mark that we would have is how long will they remain intense? Will we be able to see this weakening trend speed up as they outrun their fuel? Frankly, by now, I thought we would already see some of these decrease a little bit faster. You'll notice the new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. It includes parts of the metro in Floyd County. So this is Clark, Floyd, Harrison, and Perry. Again, coming in with radar indicated. Notice the speed. This is an indication that the storms are powering down slowly. Instead of 70 miles per hour like the others, this one's at 60 mile per hour for the wind speed. That's good news. Even though it's bad news, it's good news. You get what I'm saying? We're going to see this push in. So we will notice the winds increasing as this moves in. This is moving roughly, looking for the speed. Don't see it. I'm going to say 55 miles
60.
an hour. 60. All right, well, close. 60 miles per hour off to the north and east. All right, so that's going to put it here in Louisville within the hour. So prepare for some gusty winds. It's 5:30 in the morning, 5:21 in the morning. We've been tracking the storms all night. We've got rounds of storms moving in that will slowly be easing. We're going to stay with you because a lot of folks are up watching for weather information, and we're here to give it to you. We've been here all night. We have Louisville's only 24/7 weather channel, by the way. It's a streaming channel you can find on both the news app and the weather app. If you're on the weather app, scroll down and click Watch Now or Watch Live, and you'll be able to watch that any time of day. Brian Good's on every morning talking about the weather blog and what to expect. We often do long-range forecasts, talk about upcoming alert days. We've had this day flagged as an alert day for a week now, saying we're going to have to watch this. Powerful storm develops. How might that affect us? We're unsure a week in advance, but we're sure enough to know that something big could happen, or at least something big enough to impact your plans could happen. So here's where we are tracking these storms as they move closer to the Louisville area, slowly weakening. And we're sort of now just in the aggregation mode to see what has taken place. Do we still have damage coming from these storms? Let me go through. We can't tell that by radar necessarily. Now, unless it's a tornado on the ground and we can see the debris, but strong winds like 60 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour winds, while we can see those winds, we don't always know what they're doing on the ground unless we have ground truth. And that comes with a set of eyes. That comes with our storm spotters. That comes with emergency managers of fire and police. Those people help us a tremendous amount during severe weather. Let me zoom in down this line. We'll look at the velocities that we have, noting our northern counties first. So that's where we'll start. Again, you probably see the tornado warning just north of Jackson County. You can see some heavy rain moving through Seymour. Let's talk about the wind up there. We see that with the velocity. And with that, we still have that Boeing segment. That's still powerful wind that's passed by Seymour. It's crossed I-65. It's crossing US 31. It's going to move toward Hayden and North Vernon. It's passing Crothersville. It's approaching Scottsburg. Powerful wind moving through. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. All of these in our viewing area are severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of them come with the tag tornado possible. We do have the potential to see a little rotation still show up. We go down the line. There's still some wind as you work your way across Washington County. Moving into western Clark County, winds will be picking up. Our winds still gusting to 38. Still some strong winds down across parts of Crawford County, passing English but moving toward Leavenworth, moving into Harrison County from New Salisbury to Corydon to New Middletown to Dogwood. All of these communities still seeing the potential for some of that wind. In Perry County, Leopold, across the river into Meade County, Andyville could be seeing some of that wind. All of you are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Here in Louisville, no warning at this point, but that may change. Those warnings are next to us. They're extended so far out because of the forward motion, moving at 60 to 65 miles per hour. Carson?
Update on a few counties. We've been making some calls of possible damage. That, by the way, the live view of the Corden SkyTrack camera. And there's been some lightning, as you might expect, as these storms continue to move towards Corden. Quick rundown of various counties that have already seen these storms this morning. Crawford County, no reports of damage at this time. Perry County, no reports of damage at this time. We're still trying to get a call into Du Bois County. You've heard us mention throughout the morning. We've had reports in the National Weather Service chat from Du Bois County EMA that there's been widespread trees and power lines down, really county-wide. And that's where the storms were at their most intense as they moved through Du Bois County about an hour or so ago. So we've got trees and power lines down across Du Bois County. There was that report in Campbellsburg, Indiana, and Washington County of a transformer on fire and power out in Campbellsburg. We also have that damage report, but otherwise across Crawford County, Perry County, Indiana, and Jackson County, Indiana, where these storms have already rolled through, of no damage. So these storms look as though on radar they are continuing to weaken. And the fact that we're getting fewer and fewer damage reports is also a step in the right direction. But Kevin, we always caution, it's the middle of the night. So not a lot of folks are up at this point, and it's hard to tell what damage we may or may not have at this point. But things are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, and we're especially getting to a time where more and more people would be waking up as opposed to 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. 5:30, all right, I know it's Saturday, but still, some folks are starting to wake up and they're like, this isn't so bad, let's see what's happening. And that is good news, that the reports are coming down. The velocity on the radar is starting to show that easing, as we've pointed out. But we still are having some power outages. We can tell you that Du Bois County's been hit hard. Parts of Orange County, Lawrence County have been hit the hardest, even into Washington County, Indiana, where we have seen power outages in a number of those. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Clark, Crawford, Floyd, Harrison, Perry, Washington, Breckenridge. That's the one that you have seen. They issued that at 5:21. It's now 5:27, so it's been in place for 6 minutes. It comes right up to Louisville. So we would be next in line if that holds together. And that's a big if. I mean, at this point, if we're not getting damage reports and we're not actually measuring 60-mile-per-hour winds, that may be the signal that this has outrun its juice, and we're starting to see that fading trend happen faster than not. Let me put the radar back on here. Looking at the radar, even the lightning count, that's something important to pay attention to. That often shows when these storms are sort of relaxing or easing back. 387 over the last few minutes, right within our view. We'll keep checking back on that just to see if that's the case. Again, you'll notice one of the tags on the radar, the debris alert, starting to show up. That, again, is way outside of the viewing area. That's over across West Kentucky. That would be an area where we're showing some rotation and the possibility that the radar is seeing something. Again, that comes and goes depending on what the radar sees. It's not always 100% accurate, and that's important to note. For those watching us from I-65 to the east, it's still a big waiting game. And areas to our south, down toward the parkways. It's still a waiting game for you folks. Going to see some rain, probably going to hear some thunder. Storms will be weakening. Probably going to have some wind, but not as strong as where it is now. For folks that are along and just north of the Ohio River, you will likely experience the bulk of the intensity of these storms. And you're seeing it now because we're already seeing the slow process of those storms easing back down. And it's a process that will take some time. So for those of us in Louisville, so close to that zone, we could still experience some strong winds here. Wouldn't rule it out. 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can't rule that out for Louisville. That would be classified as severe thunderstorm. Should there be some rotation that shows up because we still have plenty of shear in the atmosphere, then a possible spin-up tornado. I can't rule that completely out either, but that's all it would be. It would be a spin-up as opposed to some of those longer track tornadoes that we had earlier in the day. Carson?
Still looking for any new damage reports, and we don't have any. Well, one new report just came in, and another one out of Campbellsburg, Indiana, in Washington County. Trees and power lines down on McKinley Street there in Campbellsburg. But again, the bulk of the reports we've had so far this morning in our area have been trees and power lines down in DuBois County and in Campbellsburg in particular in Washington County. We've made calls to Perry County, Crawford County, Washington, Jackson counties in Indiana. So far, so good. No damage reports at this time. And these storms, they're losing their steam. Still very heavy rain. Still gusty winds. We'll keep the severe thunderstorm warnings in place. The latest one goes until the top of the hour here at 6 o'clock. But we're heading in the right direction. Having said that, if we want to get our SkyTrack cameras lined up here, we'll get you to Starlight, Indiana, and control room. If you guys want to take that shot from Starlight, we can. Not going to see a whole lot, obviously. It's still dark, still the middle of the night. But you can see the cameras are already rocking and rolling. They have been throughout the night. We've had gusty winds upwards of 40 miles per hour throughout the night, even before these storms rolled in. Not seeing any lightning at this point. We're looking west from our Starlight camera, and these storms are going to be knocking on the door of Starlight, I'd say, in the next 15 to 20 minutes. In fact, we'll go to radar real quick on Max 2. I'll do a quick time frame storm track along this entire line. It's moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour or so. I will give you a closer look at when these storms arrive where you are. So Scottsburg, basically, right now, in the next couple of minutes, Borden 538, Madison 549. Here in the metro, I think closer to the top of the hour, we'll start to see this line of storms roll through. Carrollton, just after 6 o'clock this morning. And then Fisherville, you'll start to see these storms there in eastern Jefferson County as we get closer to 6:15. Kevin?
All right, I'm going to ask our control room. I know we've got a lot of sister stations that have been in the path of these storms. KMOV in St. Louis, KFVS in Cape Girardeau, WFIE in Evansville, WMC down in Memphis. If we have any video from some of the damage that has happened overnight, I'd like to be able to show that through this next block of time. And then hopefully, the way the radar is looking, I think we're going to be able to get to Kristen for some news because when we look at what's happening across the area, we do see the decaying nature. And I know Kirsten has some important news information for us throughout the rest of the day. We will reset and then talk about what to expect through the balance of the day in terms of weather. So that's what we will look at. But give us just a few minutes here to go through the radar. We'll look at some of that damage that may have happened out west that we know has happened. Just a matter of, do we have video of it? So let me walk you through the radar view. Again, noting that the tornado warnings are now limited, just the one to the north that's fading. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that are expiring in places, so that's good news. All in all, we're noticing the decrease in intensity with these storms to the north. You can see that just based on the reflectivity. You'll notice that in particular across the reflectivity and the velocity. So while we have that forward motion bringing some wind into the North Vernon, for instance, as you work your way up into Jennings County, farther to the south, it is much weaker. So we are noticing that weakening trend. I'm going to go back and we'll just keep bouncing back and forth between the radar and the velocity. We're going to go down. We'll pan down through this. We've got a new thunderstorm warning coming out farther to the north. That would include Bartholomew and Shelby County, Johnson County, Rush County of Indiana. It's outside of our viewing area. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible with that. But for us, even this far south, moving through Washington County, where we did have some very strong winds that did some damage across northwest Washington County, back into Orange County. That is weakening just a bit. You can see that. We do note that we have a stronger push here, just south of Valine, down into English. This is moving across far eastern parts of Crawford County, about to cross into western parts of Harrison County. That is a push where we will see some wind. And let me show you what that looks like on the velocity. Because as that moves in, We'll see wind from Palmyra to New Salisbury, possibly down to Corydon. That will be pushing closer to us. I'm seeing from the WFIE, that's our sister station in Evansville, we have it looks like a woodshed that was thrown onto a car. So we are seeing damage from out across southwest Indiana, across Illinois, Missouri, western parts of Tennessee. There have been some incredible storms that have taken place over the course of the last 12 hours. And if you've been asleep tonight, we've been tracking them all night long. And now we're tracking them into our area. But as promised, they are weakening as they push in. We've still had some damage in our westernmost counties, Du Bois County, Orange County, northern Washington, up into Lawrence, possibly Jackson. We do have some power outages. We do have some trees down. You'll notice that wind easing just a bit as you work toward the Ohio River. Let me go back to the north. I'm going to grab the pan feature, and we'll just take this to the north. And you'll notice that wind even relaxing more. Back out to the west. So I think we're in a good place in terms of seeing these storms start to relax. They're not going to completely fade away within the next 5 minutes. This is going to take another hour or two to see them slowly diminish. But by all accounts, we are in the fading sort of phase of this. It will be a slow process for that to happen completely, and hence the National Weather Service keeping severe thunderstorm warnings up. We have the debris alert out toward Evansville, and Carson's taking a closer look at that.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on this, Kevin. This is near Rockport, Indiana. Rockport is right on the Ohio River, just across Highway 231. If you're familiar with heading to Owensboro, it's close to there. This is kind of an embedded supercell that just doesn't want to go away yet within this line of storms. The debris alert that you're seeing on radar, that might be a false signal at this point, but the rotations there, the storm looks impressive. The rotation, yes, it's there. We need to watch it as it moves closer to, let's say, western Perry County. But that's really the main concern that we have at this time. We're still getting reports of power lines down across Du Bois County. It's really been Du Bois County and then Campbellsburg and Washington County where we've seen all of the reports so far this morning. A lot of you have seen very heavy rain, lots of loud thunder, but no damage, and that's the good sign. But we still need to keep an eye on this particular cell. It's just now, it's basically hugging the Ohio River, moved down to Rockport just a moment ago. It's in Spencer County, Indiana, Hancock County, Kentucky. Might be an issue, Kev, as we get towards Perry County here by the top of the hour.
Yeah, bears watching. We can see that little notch in it. We can see the potential that it has, and we'll see what happens as we track that a little closer. Still a distance away from moving into the western part of the viewing area. Again, when we sort of scour and look for damage that has happened over the course of the last hour, there hasn't been a lot. We'll go to the reports. We'll look at the wind reports from our IMPING sites, and again, seeing none locally. That's good news in the sense that we don't see it. Bad news because of the timing, which means that it could be a partial factor in not having those reports. The local storm reports from the Weather Service going to show a few more. And we can see those high winds with that tornado warning that was just north of Jackson County. Trees, transformer down northwest Washington County, northern parts of Meade County. This was non-storm related. That was outside of a thunderstorm. We had some trees down in northern Meade County. Taking the brunt would be our westernmost county as expected with trees down and high winds. That's where we have the most power outages across parts of Du Bois County. So those are the storm reports that we have. When we look again at the radar view, let's put that on across the home view, weakening trends. And let's just take a look at the big board. These are the warnings that we currently have. We still have 22 minutes left on the warning that comes right up to the Louisville area. That would include parts of Clark, Crawford, Floyd, Harrison, Washington, Breckenridge. The tornado warning for Jackson County has expired. They let that go early for Jackson. Other warnings that we have continue for severe thunderstorm warnings, Jackson and Jennings in Indiana. So those are the warnings that we have sort of typed out. And you can see what those look like. Again, noting the weakening trend minus the area back to the west of us. That's the, it's always that southern end because it's fueling from the greatest moisture source and the greatest heat source. So this will be the area to watch. And you can really see that also by sort of the tightness of the lightning there. So that will be the strongest, but it too will eventually outrun its energy source, and especially at this time of the morning. So it won't take long for these to fizzle out as they move to the east. These are going to take a little longer to our south, but even those will start to fade. Curious what's going to happen through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon? Let's go over to Carson.
Right, and there's a live view of the Starlight Indiana SkyTrack camera as we continue to watch this line of storms roll through. We'll say not seeing quite as much lightning compared to what we had earlier. We'll come back in and give you a reset of where the tornado watch is because, yes, that is still in place for basically all of us until 10 o'clock this morning. Again, we do expect that watch to be canceled early. Storm Prediction Center likes to give themselves a little buffer in case these storms hang around a little while longer. But for now, we'll keep the tornado watch in place for all of our coverage area aside from Adair County until 10 a.m. on this Saturday. Quick look at our storm chances for the rest of the day today. We've got round one that's moving through now. Then we're going to get a little break in the risk for strong storms. But there could still be a few lingering showers and non-severe storms during that late morning, early afternoon time frame. Then as we get towards 1 o'clock this afternoon, we turn our attention to the south. So we've been watching storms to the west throughout the morning. Then we go to our south by this afternoon for additional potentially strong to severe storms. And again, we don't expect the most intense severe storms later on today to be here in our area, but that will be well down to our south across Mississippi and Alabama, where a high risk, a very rare high risk for severe weather is in place down there today. We'll take Max 2 full. We'll walk you through futurecast. We go through the rest of this morning. If we can take that full, thank you guys. Appreciate it. So this is 6 o'clock. I will say this forecast model doing a very nice job pinpointing the storms as they're slowly weakening this morning. But you notice as the day goes on, while the severe weather threat diminishes, like we talked about a few minutes ago, this line of storms is going to stall out right on top of us, likely along the Ohio River especially. So we'll still carry that chance for heavy rain, a few thunderstorms throughout the entire day. Then as we get into the afternoon, here comes that big slug of heavier rain pushing in from the south. And for the most part, this afternoon looks to be a heavy rain issue with some minor flooding concerns as well. Could there be a few stronger storms this afternoon? Yes, but I will say the fact that this morning's round of storms is starting to wind down and it's going to stall out nearby, combine that with the clouds that'll hold overhead, that should help to limit our storm fuel, our instability for this afternoon. Nonetheless, we'll keep the risk for heavy rain around, starting around 1 or 2 o'clock, going through the evening, possibly into the overnight hours as well. And then after midnight, we'll transition to just some lingering hit-and-miss showers, perhaps a few rumbles of thunder. We're still working to get any reports of damage as this line of storms has moved across southern Indiana this morning. Most of the damage has been confined to DuBois County, Indiana, and Washington County, Indiana. We are getting a few reports now, it looks like, in Gibson County, Indiana, which is just outside of our coverage area near Evansville. A lot of damage reports, in fact, near Oakland City, Indiana, only allowing emergency vehicles into that area at this point. Looks like they got hit pretty hard out in Gibson County tonight, Kev.
All right, we reassess where we are. The National Weather Service allowing this warning that's just to our west to expire. So the one that was in place for Clark, Crawford, Harrison, Jefferson in Indiana, Orange, Scott, and Washington, that's going to be allowed to expire. So that's the one just off to the north and of the Louisville area. So again, pointing to the fact that things are weakening. Crawford, Du Bois, Orange, and Perry, that one will allow to expire. So we're starting to see the expiration of these take place even before their expiration times. As we look at the big board, you'll notice many of those winding down closer. Once we get to the top of the hour, we're going to go to the day's news, and we'll take a look at some of the damage that's happened from across the region, because it has been a long night for folks tracking storms, and we have had some serious damage. We have had a number of fatalities. We know of 3 in particular out of a small community in Missouri, hit a mobile home, and in fact, a mobile home area or park. And we know that at least one person there was one of the fatalities. We had others across parts of the St. Louis area that were impacted as well. So a number of negative things have happened with these storms that have been rolling through. For us, we have been on the fortunate side to notice their weakening as they continue to press through. We are starting to see in places additional thunderstorms develop. These would not have the potential to become severe at this point. They would develop and move out of the area, sort of merge perhaps with this line if they stay alive long enough. But the bottom line is by tomorrow, we're going to be looking at a pretty heavy rainmaker across the area. I'm going to zoom back in just to show you what's happening across the area to the west of Louisville. Again, a weakening trend for this. That warning will likely expire as we get to the top of the hour.
Let's keep an eye on that storm in just outside of Perry County. The rotation is tightening up just a little bit.
All right, let's take a closer look. So we go down. This would be it. You can see the purple indicating the possibility of some hail with that storm, and we see additional hailstorms working their way across toward the Owensboro area. But closer to us, not far from Tell City, this is Perry County, Leopold, Tell City. This would be moving eventually toward the Breckenridge County area. This is moving off to the north and east, so Perry County would be in line. When we talk about tightening up, we're looking at the velocity. This would be the rotation that we see, and we can see that gate to gate when we have red and greens together. That's an indicator of where we have the rotation. Winds going toward the radar, green going away from the radar, red. You get that in one location. It's a clear sign of rotation, so we do have that. If we were to zoom into that area, that is right over a small town called Huff, not too far from New Boston. So wouldn't be surprised as long as we're not looking too far out, meaning we're elevated up because the radar is a little bit of a distance away. They could go tornado warning on this. So that's one we're watching. That certainly bears watching. Carson is keeping an eye on that. And I'm going to just zoom back out and focus on a few other places while we continue to watch that storm over in Perry County. We go back to the radar. Most of the viewing area dry. And that, again, as we approach the 6 a.m. time, has been the case all night. These storms across southern Indiana came in pretty quickly, moving at in some cases 70 miles per hour. And with that came some damage across Du Bois County, northern Orange, northern Washington, into parts of Lawrence, parts of Jackson County. It's been the only damage we've had. And those have been sporadic, most of those in Du Bois County. Power outages, the biggest issue that we've had in our viewing area. Many will escape this with no severe weather at all. These storms that we see back to the west that are still strong will weaken as they approach that I-65 corridor. So our forecast of along and west of the 65 corridor being the strongest, and the further west you go, that would be the most likely. That would put you in Jasper. That would put you in Bedford. That would put you in Orange County. So that is the area. When we look at some of the reports coming in, most of them have been in Du Bois County, and we're getting another one that just came in, reported at 4:30. This was a garage roof that fell off and into the roadway on Greener Road. So based on the radar, that happened around 4:30. And, you know, that's where we had those very strong winds pushing through about an hour ago. Carson?
Yeah, I don't want to keep harping on it, but we're still watching this storm that's about to cross into Perry County. Had a decent look to it. The radar suggesting perhaps some debris in the air. So we'll double check our debris product, make sure we're not missing anything. Try a different source here, and that just looks like a lot of noise at this point. And a lot of times, if the rain's heavy enough, maybe if there's some small hail in the mix, our debris tracker might think it's debris, but it's just really a few hailstones or just very heavy rain. So we'll keep an eye on that particular storm as it makes its way into Perry County. Nothing too terribly alarming at this point. And the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have, well, we do have a warning still for Jennings County, Indiana. That goes until 6 o'clock. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning that covers western Clark County, all of Floyd County, most of Harrison County, Meade County, out north of Brandenburg, Crawford, Perry, Breckenridge counties. That warning lasts until 6 o'clock. But again, we have not had too many damage reports this morning in our area. That is not the case out to our west. There's widespread damage across eastern Missouri tonight, southern Illinois, quite a bit of damage in Gibson County, Indiana. That's just outside of Evansville. Here in our area, we've only really had power lines and trees down, especially in DuBois County. Also some power outages in Washington County near Campbellsburg, Indiana. And these storms do continue to weaken, so we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do when it comes to issuing any new severe thunderstorm warnings. But we're starting to wind things down, at least with this first round of strong to severe storms. But this is just the beginning of this. Could be a long day. In fact, let me pull up the severe weather risk briefly just to focus on our area for this afternoon. You notice that level 2 slight risk in yellow covers most of our area for perhaps a few more damaging wind gusts, perhaps a spin-up tornado later on today. But our threat is much, much lower than what we're going to see in the deep south. A rare high risk in pink covers much of Mississippi and Alabama today. Our friends in Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, even Huntsville, Alabama could have a very long day of strong to violent tornadoes. That's all to our south. We still have the risk for a few severe storms here at home later today, but that threat not quite as intense as what we'll see in the deep south today, Kev.
Yeah, no question about that. And this morning with the clouds overhead and the rain falling, that helps to suppress any severe weather threat that may try to develop through the early afternoon hours. So we'll watch that closely. If we break the clouds at all late morning or early afternoon, that would mean a greater potential for stronger storms through the afternoon or early evening hours. So that's one thing to watch. Again, you see a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings being chipped away. We still have a couple more on the big board that will go until the top of the hour. And then at that point, we'll see where we stand. We're going to get you to news regardless, unless there's a tornado warning that's issued. But coming up at the top of the hour, all of our warnings that are currently in place will be scheduled to fade away. And in fact, the National Weather Service is expiring early. Clark, Crawford, Floyd, Harrison, Perry, Washington, Breckenridge. That's this morning here that you see. So we'll maintain these warnings back out to the west and watch those track into the area. But that's where we are. Just to sort of recap where we've been today. On a wide view of the map. And Carson, if you'll just zoom this out, let's talk about the storm reports that we've had today, especially across parts of Missouri and Illinois and West Kentucky. I want to point out that there is ongoing storms already to the south, and those will continue down there for a chunk of the day. The high-risk area is in that zone. These are storm reports that we've had, and if we look closely at these, the center sort of where we had the greatest tornado concentration. This was one tornado that traveled across a good chunk of Mississippi and even went into Alabama. When we look at the funnel clouds, we see, when we look at the tornado and the touchdowns, you can see some of those across Arkansas toward the Boot Hill of Missouri, not far from St. Louis, tornadoes in there. That's where we had the core of the storms doing the most damage on the ground. New severe thunderstorm warnings coming out at this point include parts of Crawford, DuBois, Meade, and Perry. Those were those storms we were watching. That was the one with the rotation, the one with that debris signature. That one's lifting to the north. So that one is still strong. I suspect that will stay. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. So still coming up at 5:57, we're going to take a commercial break. We're going to come back. We've got the news of the day. We also have weather that you need for the rest of today and the 10-day forecast. Some ups and downs in the whole 10-day forecast coming up. So that, again, is what we're looking at. in terms of warnings coming in. So at the top of the hour, western parts of the viewing area still will be under a severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the wind, lots of wind energy with this, and consequently, we had a lot of wind reports, and some of those into the western parts of the viewing area. But notice that dividing line, I-65 points to the west. And that's what we have been harping on, because the fuel for these storms, that lower level moisture, was not available once you cross that line. And while we're still seeing storms back across West Kentucky, Southwest Indiana, even those will begin to fade before long. So that's what we're looking at. Carson, you have an update on the storm?
Still watching that severe storm. This is the storm that we've been watching for some rotation as it was moved across Spencer County, Indiana. Let's check the velocities here. And there's nothing that screams a possible tornado immediately. So that's why the Weather Service opting with the severe thunderstorm warning instead. There's still some very strong wind gusts with that particular portion of this line of severe storms. It's kind of one last lone embedded supercell that's starting to merge with the rest of the line. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it as we go through the rest of this morning. But for now, that's likely only going to be the only severe thunderstorm warning we have once we get to the top of the hour. So again, this line of storms for the most part is weakening. It's slowing down, so that might actually work in our favor later today, like we talked about, helping to keep the clouds around and kind of lower that storm fuel and instability for any second round of severe storms we might see later on today. Kevin.
All right, Carson, appreciate that. For folks that have been watching on our live stream all night, we've had thousands of you watching from the Wave Weather app, all of our social platforms. We want to say thanks. We've been here to keep you sort of ahead of the storms. Hopefully you've gotten some valid information out of what you've been watching. That's what our team does here, to make sure you have the info you need. Sometimes we're able to be on for long periods of time. There are other times we have other things going on that we can't be. Tonight was one of those nights where we knew what would be happening out to our west would impact us at a negative time, and that was during the overnight hours. And here we are coming up on 6 a.m. We've been on the air all night long with severe thunderstorm and at times tornado warnings, especially to our north and northwestern counties. But things are diminishing. We're not completely out of the woods yet. We still have areas west of I-65 that are still dealing with some strong storms. Several of these warnings will expire coming up at the top of the hour, so you'll see those fall off. But still watching the one storm near Evansville and another one across parts of Perry County lifting off to the north and east. When we come back, Kirsten Foote's going to have a recap of the news. Our storm trackers being deployed so we can see what the storms are like when they're moving through Jefferson County. We ask you to stay tuned. We've got Wave News coming up right after the break. Stay with us.
with Alert Day coverage now. This is Wave News.
Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us on Wave Weekend Sunrise. It has been a busy morning for our weather team. Let's turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harden. He's been following these storms all morning. Kevin, what are we seeing right now?
Yeah, our whole team has been here, by the way, over the course of the last 24 hours. So a big hats off to all the folks that I have a chance to work with, from flagging the day a week ago as an alert day to watching these storms move in today. We continue to track them. The good news is they are weakening as we expected. Along and west of I-65 would be the strongest. We have had some damage, but you'll notice on the radar, southern Indiana, while you're not in the clear because it's raining and we have had some gusty winds, the threat of severe weather is diminishing in that area. The one place where it's not completely faded away would be where you see the severe thunderstorm warnings, the potential for some hail. That's not far from Owensboro. It's across Perry County near Tell City, Leopold. This is lifting off to the north and east. It's going to move into Crawford County. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning in place for this, and that warning will continue to be in place for the next little bit. And that's simply because we have the ability to see some strong wind with that. The rotation that we were watching has eased a bit. We can see that in the velocity that we look at across the area. And yeah, it's sort of just flattened out, but we still have some gusty winds. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out for southern Perry County into Breckenridge County. So let's take a close look at that since that's just now coming out. That's being extended from that Owensboro storm, and you can see that not far from 231, just past Owensboro. Now we're back to the 70-mile-per-hour wind. It would be destructive winds as they move in. Davis County, Spencer County, that's Santa Claus, Indiana. That includes Owensboro, Rockport. That's this storm that we were watching. Now that's being extended over toward Tell City, over toward Patesville, Tobinsport. So let me just pan the radar over. And you'll notice that this storm, likewise, considerable damage, 70 mile per hour, still the hail potential up to 2 inches. That includes parts of Breckenridge, Hancock County, and Perry County. That also includes the Hardensburg area. If that continues, Irvington and Freimeyer would be in that. Again, these storms are showing slow signs of diminishing. At this point, that would be the one of most concern. Back to the home view we go, just to point out, this sort of tail end is the end that we'll be watching for the potential of the greatest concern. And that's the one right along the Ohio River. Let me go back to our radar view, and then we'll go back to our home view so I can express what we think is going to happen here in Louisville. When we go back to the home view, you'll notice these storms still sit to our west. They still have to move in. They're still a ways away from the Louisville area, even though just to our north, it is storming in northern parts of Clark County. So we do have rain nearby, not severe. The storms we're watching will gradually weaken as they approach that I-65 corridor. Carson, it's been quite a night. We have been watching storms with tornadoes that have produced touchdowns, that have produced damage, and in some cases fatalities across parts of Missouri, moving into Arkansas, Illinois, West Kentucky, Southwest Indiana. The good news is, even though we've got a few warnings and still some concern, these storms are gradually weakening.
And that trend will continue as we go through the rest of this morning before we may have a second round of storms to watch this afternoon. Butler County, Missouri, which is just outside of Paducah, I'd say 25 miles or so away west of Paducah. Unfortunately, we had 3 fatalities as a likely tornado rolled through that part of the region last night. You see that big picture radar view. We mentioned the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings to our west. And I will say the destructive tags that you see on these severe thunderstorm warnings actually are not only just for wind, but for large hail. Look at the hail size with the severe thunderstorm warning for Owensboro, 2 3/4 inch diameter hail. That's enough to blow out windshields. So we'll still keep an eye on those storms as they move further east into our western counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Perry, Crawford, and Breckenridge counties at this time. Let's take Max 2 full, if we can, control room, and we'll give you a live view of the storm tracker. It is out and about early on this Saturday morning. Right now, it is on I-65 northbound in southern Indiana, heading towards, looks like the Salem exit there, exit 7 on 65. It's dry in that part of Clark County at the moment, but as Kevin just mentioned a few moments ago, we've got very heavy rain and a lot of lightning in far northern Clark County up towards Henryville, and that stretches across much of Scott and Washington counties as well. Of course, if we get any new damage reports or things like that, we will send the storm tracker to that damage so you can get a firsthand look at what's happened so far this morning. Our alert day continues all day today. We are still tracking that risk for 2 rounds of storms. The first round of storms, it's moving through right now, and it continues to weekend, but we still have that risk for some damaging wind gusts, large hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. We're going to get a small break in that risk for severe storms after 7 or 8 o'clock this morning. Then we turn our attention to a second round of strong to severe storms between 1 o'clock this afternoon and 8 o'clock tonight. I will say that threat is much more conditional at this point, mainly because we're hopeful that these showers and storms will linger through the rest of this morning, even if they won't be severe, which would in turn give us more cloud cover, limiting that instability for later on this afternoon and tonight. Next 12 hours with those storm chances, they're relatively high at the moment. We'll get that little break late this morning into the early afternoon, close to lunchtime. Then we'll watch that second round of strong to severe storms move in from the south. Main issue likely going to be just heavy rain with that, but we can't rule out a few severe storms with gusty winds, large hail, and perhaps a spin-up tornado later on today. Coming up in your full forecast, we'll have a closer look at futurecast with the rest of your alert day Saturday and look ahead to some ups and downs in our 10-day earliest alert. That and more coming up in just a few minutes, Kirsten.
All right. Thank you, Carson and Kevin and the entire Wave Weather team. And the Wave Weather app will keep you in the know at all times. Our team of meteorologists is here to help you stay weather aware. Download the Wave Weather app for free in your app store. And turning to some news, the Kentucky National Guard is still helping communities recover from last month's devastating floods. This past week, Guard members have been in Prestonburg using equipment to flatten out the road. They've also been removing mud and debris to make it easier for travel. Soldiers are also fixing drainage problems to help preserve the road's structural strength for future storms. Sergeant First Class Benji Tonecray says the soldiers they're helping are volunteers.
They're from these communities, and we have a few that were actually affected by these floods, and yet they're still volunteering to be here because they see that they can help more than just their own family.
Once this crew wraps up their mission in Floyd County, they'll move to other impacted communities. And we heard the most bone-chilling testimony yet in an ex-soldier's murder trial in Harden County. The detective on this case shares how the soldier's wife died, and the graphic images you're about to see captured her final moments on Earth. Wave News reporter Jose Zozaya has the story.
What you're about to see are parts of video and audio recordings the night Ashley Henning was shot and killed. Police recovered security video from cameras in the Hennings' living room and their kitchen. From this vantage point, we see the couple standing next to each other. But at one point, Jordan Henning begins to yell. Not only at his wife, but one of his children. The confrontations leave the kids inside the home upset. As minutes go by, the microphone picks up more of Jordan Henning's screams. Witness testimony tells us their fight spilled outside, and a neighbor came to break it up. But Jordan Henning threatened the witness, which caused that man to leave. Not long after, Ashley Henning comes around the living room with what looks like her cell phone in hand. Jordan Henning pursues her. The fight continues downstairs as the couple leave the kitchen again. The yelling escalates, with Jordan telling Ashley he'd, quote, tried for years to get out of this, likely meaning their relationship. Prosecutors say that away from these cameras, Jordan Henning grabbed a .45 caliber handgun, which police recovered. This was the first of 5 shots he was recorded firing. Out of discretion, Wave News is not sharing the actual second-by-second frame Ashley Henning was shot. But what you can see is Jordan Henning coming around the corner as he appears to reload the handgun, come back to the kitchen,